Dope. Yo, hello, hello. What's up, everybody? What's up, Raiders? How are we doing? How's it going? Hello, hello. Hello, hello. Thank you so much for the raid, Marcus. I hope you had a wonderful stream. It's seeing you stream at this time is kind of crazy, but that's awesome. That's dope. That's dope. What were y'all up to? What were y'all covering? What were y'all talking about? It's good to see everybody. Welcome in. We have a lot going on today. All my shit is fucking. Is everything look and sound okay? Because everything is like tripping out on my end right now. Oh, let me get rid of all this. None of this needs to be open. What's up, everyone? Good to see you all. Left Flank Vets Marcus. Yeah, Left Flank Vets just popped in. Hope you guys had a wonderful stream. I'm Tofu, if you've never been here before. I was going to let the starting soon screen run a little bit longer, but let me get the music running here. I'm Tofu. We talk about the news. We go over the daily news cycle, but today is a special day. I normally stream in the wee hours of the night, like the fucking vampire that I am. But today we're going to be having doing our podcast, my podcast with Cinemarxism, Brett Hamilton, aka Cinemarxism, on Twitch. It's called What's Left LA, where we talk about Los Angeles politics from a leftist perspective, obviously. So yeah, we're gonna be doing that today. Our guest is gonna be Albert Corado, who is an activist, organizer from LA. Does organizing with People City Council, who you might know from like Twitter and things like this, or if you're in LA, you probably have seen their work from on the ground and whatever. So that's going to be cool. It's going to be fun. I don't really know what we're going to be talking about, but there is a lot of news right now. Obviously, Bowman, it is officially in. Bowman, the race has been called in New York for Latimer. I assume we'll be talking about that. We'll probably be talking about the shit that has been going on as far as, what happened in Beverly Hills 2 days ago. We'll be talking about, what are we going to be talking about? Probably going to be talking about that. I have a feeling that DSA is going to come up. I have a feeling that DSA will come up. I have a feeling that electoralism will come up. I have a feeling that, the within our lifetime and all that stuff is going to come up. I have a feeling. So we've kind of we've talked about that, on the stream. Brett talks about that on his stream all the time too. But that's probably what we're going to talk about tonight. There's a lot going on, so we'll see. We'll see where it goes. Either way, it'll be fun. Even if we don't get too serious and we just shoot the shit, it's cool. It's cool to bring leftists together. Just generally. But yeah, what's up, everyone? Yo, took a hit, so I gotta grind. Oh, I thought we was. You know what I'm saying? I thought you meant I just took a hit, so I gotta go took a hit, so I gotta grind to make up for it. Yeah, don't let chat get used to it. Word up. Yeah, don't get used to it, chat. Okay, this is just a treat for you in the meantime that we get to have Marcus in the evenings as well. Well, I took it's like tattoo. Let's go. I'll smoke to that, baby. By the way, if you don't already follow Left Flank Vets, that's crazy. Go follow Left Flank Vets. I'll join you. Let's fucking go, dude. We have I'm a little wound up. I'm kind of just jumping into this. I'm I don't know. I don't normally stream at this time. So whenever I stream before 9 p.m., I feel really weird and out of place. So yeah, I'm getting all of my shit together. I think all my audio, I think my video is gonna look good. It should be fine. Hey, girlie, you ready? Yes. Are you guys in the yes? I am ready. So look at that. All right. Let me do this. Boop, boop. Okay, I think we're in. Oh, boom.
Need to do this.
Hello, hello, hello.
Yep.
What's up, y'all?
Yo, yo. What's cracking? Can y'all hear me and see me?
Hello, hello. Can you guys hear me?
I can hear you
Yeah,
and hear
can
and
you hear
see you.
me? Am I good?
You guys
Wait, I can't
both.
hear you. Just give me 1 second, though. I'll fix
Oh,
it.
okay. You guys both look and sound lovely on my end.
Okay, we're good.
I'm probably the worst sounding and looking. I have like a
Come
separate
on now.
audio situation. So I'm streaming right now, so I have like a separate audio and a separate camera now for Discord to hopefully get around issues that I've had in the past. So I don't know how it's looking or sounding. So let me know.
We must
I am
suffer
missing-
for our art, you know?
Yeah, exactly. I'm missing. Tofu usually has an image of LAPD cops doing yoga
Oh, say less, fam.
Oh, hilarious. I love that.
behind. I can say less. Okay, you got it. Okay, good. I would miss it if it was actually not there.
There, I got you.
Oh, I love that. Wow. So serene.
Yeah, namaste.
Yeah, right.
Namaste, cab.
Okay.
Sorry.
Well,
Go on.
welcome everybody. This is a somewhat regular podcast that Tofu Ghost and I host, where we talk about local LA news and civics and stuff like that. Today, our guest is Albert Corado. Albert is a community activist who runs some of the best, coolest, dopest shit going on in the city politics section. Abolitionist, resident thick boy, enjoyer of cheeseburgers, and Burger King is the choice, right?
Yeah, that's
Ooh,
you know,
damn.
my allegiance is strong. I've been going since I was a young boy, and unfortunately at 35 I'm still going there. I wouldn't say as regularly as I once was, but maybe, you know, once a month, get a little treat.
So Whopper supremacy then.
Yeah, I think the Whopper is honestly a goated fast food sandwich. I'm all about it.
Word. I'm not mad at that. Also, if I'm remember correctly, Connor Oberst, big Connor Oberst fan.
Yeah, man, I have a few obsessions in my life that I really wear proudly. Bright Eyes, Connor Oberst band just released a new single today.
Oh, really?
And the new album is on its way. Yeah, so it's a decent first single. You know, it's okay, like, you know, whatever. But the album comes out in September, and he's playing some shows in LA the week before my birthday this year. So in October.
Oh,
So I'm
sweet.
pretty stoked about it. I've seen him literally 66 times in concert.
Holy shit.
So I'm looking to add to the list, you know.
That's dope. I've seen Bright Eyes once. Wait, was it a Bright Eyes record or a Connor Oberst like record?
Bright Eyes record.
Bright Eyes, okay.
Coming out in September. Yeah. No. When did you see Bright Eyes?
Oh fuck. That would have been at the Fox Theater in Pomona. Shit, that would have maybe been like 2014 or 15-ish, around that time, or around that area.
Yeah, I was at that show for sure.
Oh, were you? Okay.
1000%.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah, I mean, because anytime it comes to, so I lived in the Bay for a bit, so anytime he was in the Bay, I went to see him. And, you know, growing up in Los Angeles or whatever, like anytime he came anywhere near Los Angeles or anywhere around there, I always try to go. So I'm sure we were standing in the same room at some point.
Dope.
Yeah.
Tofu won't say it, but Tofu did a beautiful rendition of a Bright Eye song for a karaoke night. We had a
Oh
few weeks
yeah.
back.
I forgot.
We're doing a fundraiser karaoke night with a bunch of different streamers for Palestine.
I forgot about that.
Tofu's contribution was very beautiful, somber.
Yeah.
What was the song?
I had
Birthday of My Life, probably?
you guessed it.
Yeah,
That's
of
the
course, yeah.
karaoke song. Like that's the, you know, that's like the popular everybody sing along song. That's, you know. But I had two choices that like I came to the stream with two choices. It was Shook Ones Part 2 by Mobb Deep, and it was First Day of My Life by Bright Eyes. And I thought I was only gonna do one, so my chat voted on doing Mob Deep, and so I performed Shook One's part 2 first, but then we ended up having another round, so I was able to get in a little a little sad boy song with the first day of my life. It was wholesome.
Yeah, I think that really showcases who you are as a person. You know, I've never met you, I don't know you, but it really does encapsulate who you are, and I respect it. You know, I mean, I
Yeah.
can listen to really sad boy shit too, but also I do like some pretty aggressive hip hop too. So
Hell
I
yeah.
respect that.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. There are two
Oh
wolves
yeah.
inside of
So
you. One is a Bright Eyes fan, the other is a Mob Deep fan.
Exactly.
so Albert, I wanted to definitely like give you some space and time to talk about the amazing stuff you're doing in LA. So could you tell us, like, I feel like a lot of people may be like familiar with People City Council via Twitter, or mostly Twitter, I guess. But what could you tell us, like, what the org is? You know, how did it get started? What is People City Council?
Yeah, first of all, how many people are watching right now? I just want to, so I know.
Well, viewer Andy, but I got 190, and Tova's got 100, and so like 300 plus.
Sweet. Okay. Okay. So yeah, People City Council. We're a direct action focused organization. Bunch of abolitionists. You know, we try to take it to the streets when we can. We try to educate when we can. Um, the origin of People City Council goes back to right at the beginning of the pandemic. Um, you know, I had been kind of, getting into organizing and getting to know people in the movement. And when there was like a eviction moratorium on the city council docket, and it was like, like pretty decent one. I mean, the city will never really help people, but it was the best thing that they could have offered at the time. And through committee and all that bullshit, can I curse, by the way? Sorry.
Go off.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
As long as it's not like
Okay.
open calls for violence, I think it's
Sure.
within TOS.
Okay, so they watered down this bill, this eviction moratorium, and Mitch O'Farrell, who was the guy that I ran against, was one of the people who helped water it down. And it didn't. It kind of, by the time it got to city council, it was toothless. Nothing really got done. People were not really protected, and people were pissed. And this is the time where we were having to go outside of City Hall because of social distancing, and everything was, people were still kind of confused of what to do. Some people were wearing masks, other people weren't. And so this is early March of 2020, and a few people just got online and were like, this sucks, fuck city council, they screwed us again. And through kind of being on Twitter and other social media, people came together and were like, hey, we should do something. And my friend Nicole Donanian Blandone, who is also a founding member of People City Council, she loves to tell the story of how she got drunk one night on some wine and is like, you know what, we should go visit these fools at their house, because they're elected officials, they're publicly elected officials, so their addresses are available to people. Let's go, since we're in the beginning of a pandemic. Let's get in our cars, we'll bring signs, we'll honk, we'll make sure it's safe. And out of that was born those big car protests you would see in Los Angeles. And out of those protests, we were going to Nuri Martinez's house and Mitch O'Farrell's house and the mayor's house. Garcetti was mayor at the time. And as we kind of started to do this more, a little group of people coalesced that were like, hey, we should talk about this more and come up with some strategies. Let's hop on a Zoom and talk about some stuff. And I think initially it was like 12 people who were like down to sit down and chat. And the original sort of People City Council was 10 of us. And we were just kind of like, hey, we are pissed at the city. We're abolitionists. We want to make sure that our voices are heard and that we're being safe. And why don't we sit here and intentionally try to do something with the protests, but with social media. Richie Sergenko, who is, one of the founding members as well, very savvy in social media. I was, decent at it at the time. And we're like, hey, why don't we just start a Twitter and start an Instagram and let's fuck shit up and let's spread the word. And from there, from the end of March of 2020 to now, it's been 4 years of us taking it to the streets and to elected officials. And I think I'm very proud to say, one of the most popular political Twitter accounts out there. People that I don't know, that I've met from other parts of the country, are like, oh yeah, People City Council, I was sharing this stuff. I'm like, dude, that's so cool, because like that's me, that's my friends, that's something that we just kind of created in a Zoom 4 years ago, and have been really dedicated. It's one of the things I'm most proud of, and I dedicate a big portion of my time to it. And yeah, we're still doing this. We're still trying to get the word out about abolition and holding people accountable. Where other organizations waver and sell out, we've not done that. We made a lot of enemies in being principled people, and I'm really proud at the fact that People City Council is very principled, and we don't suck up to elected officials. We don't give people a pass if they're doing things that are harming people. And I'm really proud of that. And that's kind of what we do. And from there, we raised $2 million. It's been a whole roller coaster of a thing.
So I heard from some DSA comrades that you guys were, is your FBI handler listening? Are they in the chat right now, or?
Yeah, it's so funny to hear that, because if when people talk shit, it's fine, it's great. It means you're doing something right. I mean, we piss off the right wing trolls. When it comes from within your own movement, or ostensibly within your own movement, it's very funny. But I'll say I take offense to that, because not only are we, obviously we're not ops or cops or FBI, but like the people who make up People City Council, right? Richie he's a really dope ass white dude. He's one of the good ones, as I always say, like it's a group of very dedicated, very informed people that have lived experience of being screwed over by the system. Being, a lot of people who know me will know that my sister was killed by the LAPD in 2018. And so when people say that about our organization, I'm just like, you know what? You can talk some shit. You can say that our tactics are maybe not up to, not what you would do, but to try to, like, put some shit on us, like, oh, you guys are ops. My sister died at the hands of LAPD. Everybody who's part of People City Council, which is a majority POC group, by the way, I think people don't always know that. We all come from very radical backgrounds, whether that's because things happen to us, or we are part of a tradition of people who read about it, who read theory, who do things, who've been through shit. And so, people like the DSA can talk all the shit they want, but we are not a reading group. We're not also sucking up to elected officials. And do we sit there and say, hey, we think that we're going to put a little bit of support? We don't endorse people ever, but we're going to put some support. We're going to retweet stuff. Sure, we've done that. We were behind Nithya. We were, hey, she's better than David Rue. But the moment that people step out of line, that's like, well, you know who we are, so we're not going to give you a fucking pass. And I'm proud that we are constantly making enemies of people who are in elected office, because they think that we're like going to take it easy on them, because like, hey man, like I'm kind of with it. But when they sell out, we tend to give up on them and then attack them, whereas other organizations still try to, it's okay. You can admit that you're wrong. You can admit that, say, hey, we shouldn't have put our energy behind this person. But this whole thing of like, they believe that they're somehow going to hold their elected officials, endorse elected officials accountable. It just doesn't work, man. So what we do, we know that we can't hold Nithya accountable, even though we supported her in 2020. So what we're going to do is we're going to make her job harder and let people know every time she steps out of line. And that, to us, is the easier thing than to write a resolution and do all the bullshit that they try to do. It's theater,
Yeah, and for some context, like the reason why people, well, I mean, whatever, but people were saying that in the context of talking about the UCLA encampment and the UAW, working with the UCLA encampment, working with UAW 4811, and UAW, changing the demands and not signing on to very specific demands, namely no cops on campus. And also like a little bit of like criticism of their actions on the night of the police raid, and just that having that conversation in a public sphere to a lot of people was enough to, like, Fed jacket one of the most affected by political repression groups in the city. And I would, speaking on political repression and police surveillance, I think that's a great way to talk into Robinson Space, which is one of the most beautiful, spaces in the city to me. I have an event there tomorrow night, Films for Gaza. Come out if you guys want to. But yeah, could you talk a little bit about what Robinson Space is, and then maybe I know the previous space had a little bit more issue with like police surveillance. you're in a different space now.
Sure.
That's hopefully a little bit better, but
Yeah, I mean we're so right now we're in Virgil Village as of like a year and a half ago. We started Robinson Space back in 2021 as kind of an outgrowth of organizing and realizing that there wasn't a lot of like physical space that people could go to and feel safe and feel comfortable in, that wasn't, it's like we want to talk about organizing. We want to talk about, big ideas and things that, the police want to hear about. And it's like, well, we need a place to do something. We need places where people can co-work, where we can do mutual aid out of. And so it was born out of a need for people to have a place to congregate. We had these visions, and I'll give a lot of credit to my friend Nicole again. She was the one who pushed, like, hey, we need a physical space, whether it's a small office or something bigger. And we worked with Robin Petering, who founded this group called Lensco, which is now called Young People to the Front. And we worked with her to find a place, because she said, I want co-working space. I want a space to make people feel safe and that we can use to further the movement. Found a place in Filipino Town, got kicked out of that, and then we ended up here in Virgil Village. And basically what we do here is we offer a space for the community to do anything they want. Basically, if it, we have limitations in that we're, it's a building that with rooms the size that they are, but like you have screenings that we allow you to do here. Other people have screenings. People do teach-ins and trainings, and we have a conference room where people have meetings and book clubs, and we vet people, we vet organizations. We have a way to make sure that law enforcement and people we don't fuck with uh, come here and try to take over the space, or to, we had an issue with the original space in Filipino Town where it was pretty big, and it was like there was a white wall that was perfect for like photo shoots, but also for like we were doing concerts and fundraisers, and it got a little bit out of hand. We couldn't always be there to make sure that everything went the way that we wanted it to, and some of the neighbors got pissed at us. The neighborhood council turned on us, the landlord turned on us, and we knew that some of it was because the police had been sending people to infiltrate events that were happening there, to spy on us, to see what we were up to. And so finally we left, and we've continued the mission of what we started out to do, and that's basically to offer a space for free to the community of leftists, of people who share our shared values. We're abolitionists, we're principled people, and we really don't charge anybody for anything. People can donate if they want. That's always good, because it costs a lot to run a space. But we're basically trying to make this a meeting place for people who have similar views to us. If you talk to people who are in the movement, like one of the things they talk about all the time is like just wanting to connect with other people who believe in the things they believe in. And protest is a good way to do that, online, but to have a physical space where you feel safe, where you feel like there's people here who care about you, who care about the world in the way that you do, to us that's really important. We have 2 podcast rooms because we believe in people spreading the word in any way they can. We've had, stop the bleed trainings. We have Plan B and Narcan and condoms and all this stuff as mutual aid that people can come. And if you come for an event, you can take all the shit that you want, because we want to make sure that people are safe, and we want people to come here and learn and to feel safe. And it's really, again, one of the most beautiful things I've been a part of is Robinson Space, and watching it grow to be this amazing thing. And when I tell people, I give people tours of the space so they can use it, and they're like, hey, so like, what does this cost? I'm like, oh, it's free. Like, if you want to donate, you can, but no pressure. And they're just like, no way. Oh my God, really? I'm like, yeah, this is our mission, is we will not charge anybody to use the space. Now, if an organization comes and they're cool as hell and they say, hey, we have a grant or we have money, we'll take it, because we pay people to do work here. We have rent that we need to cover. But fortunately, because People's City Council, we raised a bunch of money in 2020, we've been able to use some of that money to keep the lights on here and to make sure that we don't have to charge anybody to use this. And we have groups from 10 people sitting in a room doing a book club to 75 people here for a screening, and to us it is a very valuable thing to have a centrally located place where people can come and talk about the ideas and learn about the movement as it exists in Los Angeles right now.
I think that's awesome, especially for coming from someone like me and Brett, who maybe more me, who come from like a really online space, a lot of people can feel really disconnected from like next steps, or like what can I do, or feel very alone in feeling the way that they like disillusioned or angry or about whatever it is. So having that physical space is extremely important, and the nobody so many people are unable to do that because of the financial, you know, hurdles that you need to clear to be able to keep a space like that open. I've personally benefited from being able to like take home masks and stuff from the Robinson space after like you know, screenings there. I seeing the work in person, that, you know, as far as like raising money through these screenings or selling art. I've known about the Robinson space for a long time before I ever went there, just because of events that I've heard of people hosting or being a part of, or just like promoting, you know, in the political space. It makes it a lot more real for a lot of people. For those that are able to make it out and do the work in person, it's important to have that place for that. So it's very, very, very cool, especially in a place like LA that is so huge. You would think that there would be more spaces like that.
Yeah, that's what I was
Yeah,
gonna. That's what I
Go
was gonna
ahead,
say.
Brett.
Was just like it's hard to understate how rare third spaces like that are in LA, and like not even just like political third spaces, like any third
Any
spaces,
kind of third
any
space.
space that you can like organize an event, or like you know, that is like open to the community, like that just is so impossibly rare in this city. And so for us to have something that is explicitly abolitionist, that is explicitly political, and you know, driven by, you know, its politics, is incredibly valuable, because it's just like people in the community need spaces like this. So for example, like I know like the neighborhood city council, for example, like the neighborhood councils, like they have previously met there, you know, for them to have to go that this is one of the only spaces that they can use for those like libs to have to go into a room, and for their neighborhood council meeting to have to be in a space where there is a
Yeah.
plaque and there's a framed picture on the wall that is defining what abolition means. Like that genuinely, I think, is very politically significant, you know.
Yeah, and I think that, you know, there is a rich history of this movement, and you think about the Panthers or any group that was doing things, like they had places where they met. And I think that we live in a time where public space is being taken away from us and criminalized. And so to have a place where you can just come and hang out, and you know, we do things here that are fun, that are, you know, we want to make sure that like the basic functionality of this place is to use it for the community and for the greater good of the movement. But you know, occasionally we'll have stuff that's just like, hey, this is, we also need to have fun. You know, I'll have people over and we'll use it if there's nothing on the calendar, because it is a valuable space to come and do stuff. And you know, we care about what events people are doing. We have a mixing board, we have really good speakers, we have, you know, tons of cords and connections, and we have microphones, and you know, people can come and use that stuff. And you know, we have an intake sheet basically that people fill out and say, this is my event, this is how many people, this is the time and the date. And we state explicitly, does your event, you know, you know, feature any law enforcement or elected officials? And if they answer yes, then we say that's not for us. We also say in that intake form, hey, under no circumstances are law enforcement to be called to the Robinson space, and you have to agree to do this. We keep each other safe, as we know. And so we haven't really, you know, we've had people who hear about Robinson space like, hey, this is so cool, and like, let me email you about my event, and we'll read about it, see who's involved, do a little research, and say, oh, we don't fuck with that organization that you're either trying to bring into the space or you're doing work with. And we've straight up told people, hey, we're going to decline. We don't agree that you know, we don't agree with the fact that you or work with this organization or this person, and we advise you to look closely at that relationship, because it's not beneficial to you or beneficial to the people of Los Angeles. And so we want to be open to the community, but we know that people infiltrate. We know that people want to co-opt these spaces, And so we're pretty strict about who uses it. And as long as your politics are good and you promise not to bring any cops or elected officials, and it's even elected officials that we maybe don't fully hate. They're just not allowed here. Like we try to be as principled as possible, and I wouldn't have it any other way. You know what I mean? Like neighborhood councils meet here. There was an incident where one of the neighborhood councils brought a group of people, and a constituent was going off at a sitting city council member.
Well, my chat, I think both chats will know that we were talking about William Good and Film the Police LA.
Yeah.
And Hugo Soto Martinez.
Yeah, I was gonna ask about that.
Yeah, William showed up. He's a constituent of Hugo, lives in District 13, has every right to be at one of these events where he's answering questions. And he grilled him. And William does not put things delicately, right? He's confrontational, he's abrasive. That's what makes him an effective person at what he does.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the people who was here at the behest of the city council or the neighborhood council tried to call the police on William. And we straight up told the neighborhood council, like, hey, if you ever bring anybody like that again, you're out of here. And I'll say that they haven't been back to hold a meeting here since then, because we understand that, like, I mean, and it was, the thing of like, that was when we learned, oh yeah, we can't have elected officials in here. Even their staffers, we kind of get weird with. And the sort of function of a neighborhood council is like, sometimes they have to have elected officials show up. Sometimes they have to have a police officer show up and give some report. And we're like, hey, if you're going to do that, take the meeting somewhere else. Again, it's really what I love about Robinson Space and the people that I do this with and the people that I organize with in People's City Council is that we really don't let shit slide. And I think that there's a lot of that going on in the movement right now, where people are like, okay, lesser of two evils, let's, Jamal Bowman and Bernie Sanders is now saying that, Israel has a right to defend itself. And it's like, okay, we got to abandon those people. I'm sorry, but like, you can say that you love Bernie, he inspired you and all that shit. But the moment he's, it's like ultimately he's someone's grandpa. He's a fucking old white man. Like everyone will disappoint you. And so we try to live, roll with the fact that like we are just going to keep organizing the way we do. So that way we'll never have to fucking, we'll rarely have to apologize for anybody we supported who doesn't ultimately stick to their guns. I'm getting a little off track here, but I needed to mention that meeting that Will was at, because Will he's a fucking badass. And for us, it was a moment of like, this is what we need to, this space can do so many things, but inviting elected officials into here, whether they're horrible or not as horrible, is just not something that we want to do, because it doesn't sit right with us, because these are people that are causing a lot of harm to other people. And we just don't abide by that.
It leaves you open to like co-option, I guess. Like it makes you vulnerable, like when you start being friendly and there's a revolving door with like local politicians. Like, yeah, it taints the space, it taints the purity. Maybe purity isn't the best word, but like, you know what I mean, it taints the like for lack of a better term off the top of my head, like the for the people concept.
No, for sure. And the thing is, like, now at this point, I think we have a reputation where most elected officials wouldn't want to come here anyway. That's sort of the beauty of, like, when I was running my city council campaign, I was like, most of the people who would try to get me to sell out wouldn't even fuck with my campaign to begin with. So we were, in essence, we were kind of like sellout proof, because I'm like, I'm saying things in such a way that like a lot of people are, who are libs or whatever, are turned off by it. So really we're kind of doing ourselves a favor in being as principled and as loud about stuff. We have a sticker club that every month basically we give out a sticker that is telling the police to go fuck themselves.
I need to get on this sticker club shit, man.
You listen, obviously you I would love if you did, but I'll hook you up with some.
Oh no, I'll get on this.
We got a stack here.
I'll get in. I'll get in on it. I need to get in on that.
Yeah, it's on the Patreon, which is linked in both of the chats.
Hey, there you go.
The sticker club is awesome. I don't have my water bottle nearby me, but if you have a water bottle, you will have the coolest water bottle at the entire gym or your work or whatever you take your water bottle. It's gonna be fucking sick.
I need to cover my Twitch logos.
All three of these stickers are Robinson Space stickers.
These are the, can you see? Yeah, these are the newest ones.
Oh, hell yeah.
With the USC logo, because the encampment there, and then we have the ACAB with the UCLA. So you can, we try to have fun, and again, we are a community space that is run by people that we want to pay people. We want to pay people and say, hey, like most of us are doing this shit for free, which is fine, but sometimes it's nice to pay people for their labor, and join the sticker club, folks.
It
Oh yeah.
could I ask about like all of the like, is it just strictly through donations and the Patreon that you guys do funding, or do you guys do like events or anything like that for strictly for funding? Or is there like, and I'm sure that we're going to share the links for all of everything as well.
So in 2020, when People's City Council was really kind of coming into its own, we were doing all these protests outside of the mayor's house, and we get like 20, 30 people, sometimes more. They were getting bigger, and we noticed that people were getting cited, like for loud noises or parking their cars or whatever. And we're like, man, if we're gonna invite people out to do this and they get in trouble and get a ticket, we should maybe pay for that. I went on GoFundMe, said, maybe we'll raise like 10,000, whatever, and the thing sat dormant for like 2 weeks. We got a few $1,000. We're like, okay, whatever. When George Floyd was murdered, we said, hey, like, we know that shit is about to pop off. We need to like make a bail fund, and a bail fund that also includes other things, but like maybe we can raise 20,000, maybe 50,000. We ended up raising a little over $2 million in the span of a month. And so that money that we raised is now mostly gone. We've done press releases where we told people where it went. There's paper trails. It's all above board. But one of the things that we found ourselves, after the initial surge of 2020 and a good chunk of the money leaving out the door, we were like, hey, we should, we made this fund for a few specific things, but ultimately it was to kind of, make sure that abolition gets to a wider audience. And so then we kind of broadened the definition of what the money was for and said, hey, we should do this physical space. Like, this to us is a way to get people involved in the movement. We can do classes and have people come volunteer. And so we People City Council basically made a grant, if you want to call it that, for Robinson Space to become to exist. And then Robin Petering, who is the head of Young People's at the Front, also that was a 501. She was able to use that nonprofit status to raise money and get grants, and that's kind of what we're at right now, is trying to find new ways to bring money in through grants. And with the state and the city, you kind of have to be like, oh yeah, we're like a public safety focus. You can't say like, hey, we're a bunch of fucking abolitionists who have posters of burning police cars. We have to be like, yeah, we're teaching the community about how to properly engage with the police, or something like that. And so that's kind of where the initial grant is helping, but also the the Patreon does help a little bit, and also just grants and stuff that we're trying to. And we also have people just donate from their funds and all that stuff. So it's we're still doing pretty well, but there will be a time, I think, where we're gonna have to find ways to make more money to keep this place going, because it does cost a lot of money, and we never we never want to get to the point where it's like, hey, we want you to pay, because ultimately most of the organizations that come through here just don't have a lot of money. And if that's gonna, we never want to prevent them from, we don't care how small the event or how big it is. I mean, again, we have capacity, but we don't, we want to make sure that it stays free to pretty much everybody. And so
yeah,
that's how we keep it going, is the sticker club and all that. But with everything that, we're always scratching our heads and thinking about new ways to make this shit be able to sustain itself. But as we all know, that there is not a lot of money in this movement. We're not actually funded by George Soros,
unfortunately.
It's true.
Well, that's why it's so important. It's so awesome that you are with your situation, you're able to give people the means, like people who would not have made a podcast otherwise, because they don't have the ability, they don't have the gear, they don't have money, they don't have time, they got to work to pay the rent, you know what I mean, they got to keep a roof over their heads, and they got to eat, so they don't have time to do whatever else it is, and to get the money to be able to get a physical space to be able to do whatever kind of activism or community based like activity it is. So you're literally giving people the means to do that, and there's the possibility, the doors that continue to open from there, the possibilities would continue to be endless as far as like what that could mean for community building and whatever. So yeah.
Yeah, and also, by the way, I know we've mentioned it a few times, but Robin's organization, Young People to the Front, is a youth homelessness like advocacy group, right? So like the nonprofits that are running out of Robinson Space are like some of the really they're addressing some of the most pressing issues facing the city right now.
And one of our original partners, who still it has some presence here, is Polo's Pantry. It's run by my friend Melissa Asadera, and they're a food justice organization. So we, and she helped us start Robinson Space as well. And so like, we were created out of, people from food justice, people from youth homelessness, and an abolitionist group filled with people who've been affected by the system. So, we are coming at this as people with lived experience who can speak to being hungry, who can speak to being evicted from their homes, who can speak to, having to deal with state violence. And I think that, there's this like apocryphal story that I love to tell where like, it's like, oh, hey, like, there was this fucking, I think it was like Sex Pistols concert and it was like terrible. But everybody who was in the audience was so inspired that a bunch of them went to start bands like Talking Heads or whatever. And who knows how true that is, but to me it is very punk rock what we're doing. It's like some young person can come here, look at the posters, come to a teach-in, come to a screening, talk to one of us who's just wandering around doing stuff, and they can go and start an organization. They can go and read more about the movement. They can get involved. And to me, that's kind of the most powerful thing we have in this movement, is inspiring other people. In my own life, I've been able to slightly radicalize some of my more normie friends who they're sending me stuff now about Palestine. They're sending me things where I'm like, oh shit, like I don't know you rolled like that. Like, oh yeah, man, you really like opened my eyes. Like some of my cousins who I thought were completely apolitical are now rocking, Free Palestine on their social media. And it's like, to me, that is what the best case scenario for Robinson Space is, that we are here for the community. People learn, they come here, they feel safe, but they also take the teachings and the feeling that they have when they're in here and they spread it around. And honestly, I would love for there to be a Robinson Space in the San Fernando Valley, one in Mid City, not to like franchise it, but for if there could be a dope ass abolitionist organizing space for free in the city, many more of them, for me that would be amazing. And to me that is, there are many ways to get to the world that we want to get to, and one of them I think is offering physical space to people to come and commiserate, to get angry, to we have people come here and do art builds. Like, hey, we have a protest tomorrow, we want to make signs, we want to hang a sign from the 101 freeway, can we do, and so we have these little rooms where people can come and our organizers bring their kids here to hang out and help them, and it's very much a really friendly, fun space. We try to play cool music, we try to have people here, try to have some snacks and stuff. We have nice soaps that people can take. We try to think of what people want when they come here, and we try to give it to them, and again try to instill in their brain of like, hey, this is not being done by a bunch of elite people with a ton of money. This is like pulled together from the community, and we have people who donate things to us that we offer to people. We have people who donate their time to do things here. Say, hey, I want to come and do this for free. And it's like, to me, that is what the movement is at its purest form, is like everyone helping each other out. And People City Council is a part of that. We're more trolly, but again, our hearts are in the right place. And Robinson Space was born out of the necessity that the state will never take care of us. They will never solve our problems. They will only make them worse. And I saw the encampment that was in Echo Park Lake before it was swept. And this is an encampment filled with people who are unhoused, who the city tried to retaliate against. They turned off the showers. They did all this. They sicked the police on them. They cut off the lights, and they were able to make a little kitchen where they made food. They were able to have dance parties that they would invite the community to come and get to know them. It's like the state hates nothing more than people figuring out how to not rely on them. And to me, Robinson Space is no elected officials are here, no law enforcement, nobody who's an elite part of society is here, and that's how it should fucking be, you know.
I love what you said about, to you, that is punk rock, because to me a big part of what punk rock is to me, and growing up deeply in punk rock and everything, is DIY.
Yes, exactly.
DIY is the one of the biggest parts of like what the punk rock ethos is to me, and that is relevant when we're talking about like the conversations around electoralism. It's relevant. It's relevant. Period. So like, taking it. When you need, there's like, for example, I grew up like making zines and things like this, and like I said, the DIY thing has always been really important to me, and like the scenes that I grew up in, making your own packaging for CDs, helping each other with photography, and like everybody has like a skill, and everybody throws in and has projects together. That was always like the coolest part about punk rock, for me. And it's cool seeing now that like in my Twitch community, there are people I've noticed now, even all these years later, since that's like it's been years since I like made my last zine. There are people now that are eager for things like people to make zines with, to like help put out information. And so when you have places that are run by the DIY ethos and creating spaces like that, there are people who are eager to get into that want to put their hands on something. They want to physically make something. They want to be able to look someone in the eye and be like, we made this together. So like, like for the people in my community that are talking in the Discord, or like asking each other about like making zines together, I wish I could offer up a Robinson Space to every single one of them.
Yeah, I mean, I could never have done
there's a rumor. Sorry, there's one thing, Brett. Right now we're trying to make one of the rooms into a dark room.
Oh, that's
for, like,
so
photography.
sick.
So I'm just saying, we have a lot of people involved who want to do cool shit too. You know?
I have all of the. Okay, we're gonna talk outside of this. I have all of I have all of the gear to make a dark room, and it's yours. Like I have multiple enlargers. Okay. Like I literally have all of the gear to make a dark room in my house, but I never got around to doing it. We'll talk about that. Yeah, outside.
We'll talk.
Yeah.
Sorry, Brett. Didn't mean to
I'm gonna actually sneak off for just a second, but you guys continue on. I'll be right back.
Yeah, go ahead.
Are people enjoying this, by the way? Are they enjoying it?
Yeah, people are loving it. Also, I saw the Vargas family in my chat. So
hey, shout out! Hell yeah!
I definitely wanted to. When I saw that, I wanted to shift the conversation, but I was like, whatever. It's great so far. Really, really good, Albert. But yeah, I would never have, like, when October happened and stuff started, like, Israel really started their siege in Palestine. Like I felt so lost and like just so destitute, but like, and if I didn't have Robinson Space to be able to like host these screenings, just being able to get involved and like have a space where I can like put this energy and this anger towards to not like go into despair, but to like, do something hopeful with it. It meant a lot to me. So I appreciate having that space a lot as an organizer. It means a lot. But anyway, I did want to shift a little bit just to talk briefly about your city council race. And I would love to just hear from you about how, like, why you decided to run for city council. What that race like kind of taught you as you went through it, and
Yeah, I mean, I decided to do it because I guess once I made the connection about how everything is connected, like my sister being killed by the LAPD. Well, they work for the city, and the city council, and the mayor make their budget, they approve it, they, choose what to take money from to give to the police. And I just thought, you know what, there are many avenues that I can take to try to do something positive, to get revenge for my sister, to, make sure that people don't forget what happened to her, to prevent what happened to her from happening to other families, other people. And so I think, of all the avenues I'm into organizing, I'm politically involved, but maybe city council would be, it is a powerful seat. You can do a lot with it. Um, and I just said I'm going to do it my way. I'm going to do it in a way that's uncompromising, that is not that people are going to tell me, hey, you're not going to win. And even if that was the case, even if I felt it sometimes deep in my heart that I wasn't going to win, I knew that I wanted abolition to be taken seriously. And for me to be mentioned in the same breath as the incumbent, and there was a front runner and whatever that was, but I was always being talked about. It was like, oh, we have Mitch O'Farrell, and then we have Hugo Soto Martinez, and there's this fucking insane person, Albert Corado, who like is calling for the outright abolition of the LAPD. To be taken seriously, to be mentioned in the articles, be mentioned at all the debates, to be taken seriously as a candidate, I think was important. It was, we were the first ones to announce that we were running in CD13. I did it the first day you could. And from that moment, we set the tone about abolition, about sex work, about all these things that people, climate, transit. It was like, okay, hey, we're in the fucking race. I'm a known person in Los Angeles because of my family and what we've been through. Now, everybody who joins the race, who isn't the incumbent, is going to have to answer the question of, hey, well, Albert Corrado is saying, talking about abolition.
Thoughts? Yeah. Thoughts on this?
Yeah. What are the thoughts? Are you there? Are you there? And if you're not, why not? And so I wanted to put everybody in a corner and say, you're going to have to address this. We have, the best people that I know writing policy for us about policing, about, sex work and transit. And Brett, you helped me make a bunch of videos, and it was amazing to be working in this sort of DIY punk sense of like, hey, let's just go shoot there. I'll come up with something. We did this amazing Rodney King video that people fucking love, that people still talk to me about 2 years later, like, man, that video was so cool. And I ran because it made sense, and I wanted to win. Obviously, I'm a competitive guy, but for me it was kind of like, I want people to take what I'm trying to see, what this new world could be, seriously. I want people to be inspired by me running. And a lot of people have told me, hey man, you inspired me to run for neighborhood council. You inspired me to become an abolitionist. Like, I've heard all of these things, and for me, it taught me so much. It made my mental health suffer for sure. There was definitely a lot of it that wasn't fun, but kind of being in community with people and hearing from people straight up being like, hey, I've never had anybody who's running for office listen to me about this thing. We would go to parts of Elysian Valley and talk to people, and knock at the doors and be like, hey, like, they're like, no one ever comes here, no one ever canvasses us. And I'm like, I haven't seen anybody here for the last few election cycles. And for me, it was important to get FaceTime and to also talk to people about, like, the shit that I'm saying is not radical. It's actually very reasonable. And I'm not an insane person. I'm not a psycho. I'm not some weirdo. I'm a normal dude who went through something, and it informed my policies. And so I learned what it means to be the guy, the guy who is the one everyone looks at. And I learned what it's like to work with other people, and kind of realize that, the ideas that I have are good, but they could be better. And I arrived to this city council race and made my team of people who were going to, say, hey man, that's a good idea, but we can take it further. Or, hey, that's actually a bad idea. You should think about it this way. And I think I was able to get my own ego out of the way, to take notes, to work with other people and say, you know what, the germ of an idea that I had is good, but I can work on it more. And so it was really rewarding. Again, it is so tough on your mental health. It is so tough on your personal life. It's a whole thing. But I would say to people, electoralism sucks. It's not going to save us. But as long as it's around and it's something that can actually have consequence in people's lives, we need people there who share our beliefs, whose moral compass is set to abolition. And again, city council does what it does, and people who talk a big game when they're on the campaign trail will then turn around and betray people and sell their people out. And that's still something we have to watch out for. But again, as long as electoralism is a viable thing that fucks with people's lives, either making them better or making them worse, we need to take it seriously. And so for me, it was one avenue of hundreds that I could have taken, and I did it. I'm proud of it. I told myself I'd never do it again, and now I'm to the point where it's like I think I'll run again. I just have to be a lot smarter than than I was. And again, never having run for office, you make a lot of fucking mistakes, and there is that sense of like, man, if I could just do it again without making those mistakes, I would do so much better.
Well, I mean, let me just to give people in my chat like some reference. When I moved to LA, I joined DSA. I went to like a few meetings with the abolitionist group in DSA, and was meeting with like 4 or 5 other white people on a Zoom, as part of the abolitionist like coalition within DSA. And very quickly I was just like, this is not the people I want to be leading, or the people that I want to be leading me in the abolitionist struggle in LA right now. And I was very fortunate to find your campaign like super early on in the after you announced. And um, your campaign and People City Council and Robinson Space are they gave me a political home in the city, which is like something that I cherish and I appreciate every day. So
Thank you, man. Yeah, and I'm happy that I did it. And again, it's something I think about all the time. And I'm like, I drive by Virgil and Fountain, and we had a billboard there. There's a billboard that said, uh, take money away from cops and give it to the, it was like, I was literally on there wearing a t-shirt of my old podcast. So that was cool as hell. Like, hey, free advertising. But, you had these billboards. And what I loved about running for city council actually was that it was a creative outlet. It's like, as long as there are rules you need to follow. If you're going to put out an email, if you're going to put out a flyer, it has to have the disclaimer and all that stuff. But other than that, you can message kind of however you want. And for me, it was so much fun to be like, okay, we're doing a music fundraiser at Silver Lake Lounge, and I'm going to make it look like an old punk flyer from the house shows I used to go to.
Hell
I
yeah.
put Mitchell Farrell's face on it. We blacked out a couple of his teeth and X'd out his eyes. And it was like, and I wore my Nazi punks fuck off shirt to the fundraiser. It was like, you were able to do that, and you were able to message how you wanted and find, that campaign introduced me to so many important people in my life. You being one of them, Cynthia, Christina, so all these people who I now love and cherish. It's like, oh, it came out of me doing this campaign. And there's times where I'm like, man, that campaign really fucked me up. It sucked. I hated it. And then I think about, oh yeah, but like, I wouldn't know all these homies, and I wouldn't know that like in this city there are people. We got over 2,000 votes. Hey, that's not bad. But like 2,000 fucking people voted for me. Instead of, they could have voted for the guy who they probably knew was gonna win, but they were like, hey, I'm a principled person, and I believe that Albert Corado is the best choice. And guess what? I was the best fucking choice, because Ugo now is fucking, blowing kisses to the cops and fucking, giving them money every year. So I was right all along. But you know what I mean? Like, it's nice to know that like those people were like, hey, we fuck with you and you're right. And my vote could go somewhere else, but I wanna give you my support. And I'll still, dude, every 2 weeks, see someone on the street who's like, hey man, I voted for you. And it's like, warms my heart so much to know that there's like badass people out there who like saw through the bullshit and were like, this is the guy to do it.
2,000 people is not an insignificant, you know what I mean, number. Like that's 2,000 people who were down to throw their vote your way. That's like 2,000 people that probably have friends that they talk to, friends and family and coworkers that they talk to. Maybe not everybody threw their vote, or like is is down to vote, or like whatever it is, but that's a representation, of a bunch of people that are on the same page with very core issues. So that's special.
It was a really significant accomplishment, and even like, being a part of the campaign and remembering like how big the canvases that we had were, like where we had like 40 or 50, 60 people that were all going out and knocking doors, and the amount of people that you activated, it was a very significant campaign regardless of the results of the election. Um,
Yeah, I mean, I remember selling. We sold hoodies and driving out to the valley. Someone who supported the campaign couldn't vote for me, but like, hey, we appreciate you. She bought 5 hoodies for her and her sister and her family, and I was like, this
Fuck yeah.
is like I grew up in the valley, so to go to the valley and to give these hoodies to this person who like just fucked with the campaign that she spent close to $300 of her own money to get these. It was just, to me, it was very surreal, and like, yeah, I mean, it was, we really did something special, and like sometimes the the toll it took on me is at the forefront, and I look at it negatively, but ultimately, we did something special, and hopefully, maybe if I run again, it'll be even better, but we'll see.
For what it's worth, someone in my chat just says, "I'm proud to be a voter of Albert."
Hell
Somebody
yeah, I
that we
love
have,
that.
so
Oh,
we have Angelinos in
amazing.
here,
Oh yeah. Yeah, I know. I've known you for a few years now, and I remember after the campaign, you were just like, "Fuck this! I'll never do it ever again." And more recently, I have heard you saying stuff like you just said, where like maybe if I run again, which makes me really excited. So I'm looking forward to that if it happens. But
Well, I mean, honestly, man, like I think some of it too is like, and I'm not trying to be like, oh, I'm the only person who's doing this, but like every cycle since I ran has been filled with like disappointing people. I'm sorry, like people. It was like they took what I did, and I thought, okay, maybe the next guy is gonna get 4,000 votes. Whatever. Not to say that I want it to be incremental, but I'm like, I thought I broke the fucking seal, and like, hey, we're gonna get more abolitionists. Everyone said Eunice was an abolitionist and whatever, but like, who knows? Her record hasn't been amazing so far. She's not been super terrible. I'll give her credit. But I thought, hey, this is gonna get more people activated. Someone who's more savvy and less abrasive than me is gonna go and use our policies to get a better, turnout or something like that. And it just hasn't happened. And so I'm like, if everyone's gonna be a fucking coward about it and actually, not be good or not be effective or be transparent about what they really want, then I should do it again, because I'm tired of sitting here having people who are running for city council or whatever office being touted as this progressive fucking hero, and it's like, no, I know who your fucking friends are, I know who you're taking pictures with, and I know who is endorsing you, and you're gonna do exactly what they fucking tell you, because you're already thinking about your reelection, just like Ugo was the moment he stepped into office, just like Nithya was and still is. Like, I'm just tired of people running and people telling me, hey, you should check them out. I'm like, no, they don't pass my fucking test. I'm sorry. Like, I'm not some moral arbiter, but like, if they're not even messaging what anywhere close to what I was, I don't fuck with them. I don't care. They can. I don't endorse people, but they can also kick rocks if they're not going to actually have some fucking guts and say what you actually believe in, not obfuscate or be cute about it or whatever. No, you either say what you mean or get the fuck out of my face, and you don't deserve my endorsement or my attention. Or again, people city council, we choose, hey, let's retweet some shit, let's maybe show a little bit of support, but I'm telling you, there are people who want us to like help them and to use our platform, and we're like, no, you do not. You're taking pictures with people who are causing harm, because when you get into office, you're going to kick it with them, and you're going to benefit from the same shit they benefit from, and you're going to sell people out. So fuck you. And that's ultimately what we're about. Is like, we're down with you as long as you're down with the movement. The moment you're not down, fuck off. I don't care who you are. If we're homies, if I had lunch with you, I don't care, man. We're talking about serious shit. My sister was killed by LAPD. Israel is fucking murdering Palestinian people. Like, if you're not on the side of the good or whatever, then I don't know. I can't do anything for you.
yeah, that was one thing that I immediately drew me to your campaign, was that I knew it wasn't driven off of some like personal aspirations or like, ambition. I think ambition is like the enemy of like progressive politics in many ways. And like, you know, I just we always knew with you that like it wasn't there was no there was no fronting. Like we didn't I never felt like we needed to hold you accountable because like the reasons why you were running were very pure. Like there was, you know, like what is right, what doing what is right to Melly was always going to be at the front of your mind, and I didn't need to worry about like you know you doing anything out of personal ambition because it was always driven by like this desire for justice based on your own personal experience dealing with the police state. You know.
Yeah, I mean, also I have to admit though that I was student body president in 5th grade, so I'm just saying I had a history of
Oh, the
being
jig
an
is
elected
up.
official.
It's exposed.
Hey, I
Well,
wrote a good speech, and I don't even remember what I did as student body president, but it was fun, and so I think I felt the power, and I said, you know what, in 25 years, I'm gonna run for something.
Mr. Popular right here.
pizza every
I
Friday
was
or no vote. Okay, you don't get
yeah,
my vote unless I'm telling you right now.
I was, you know what though, 5th grade I was popular, and then you go to middle school and you realize that doesn't count for anything. But that's a story for another time.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I did want to. I mean, we usually do this for an hour, and we're hitting an hour now. But
Ooh, okay.
this is going so great. I do want to keep going if you're okay with it, Albert.
Yeah, yeah, I'm chilling.
Um,
Yeah.
and I'm gonna share my screen real fast if I can. And wait. Well, is something going on? All right, here we go. So I wanted to bring up a news story from today. So we had over the weekend we had protests at a synagogue in LA that was selling Palestinian land at an auction to only Jewish people, and people in LA protested that. Like a lot of Palestinian groups came out and protested it. The same fascist elements that attacked the UCLA encampment during the night before the police raided the encampment came out and brutalized a lot of Albert and I's comrades um, in a really horrific way. Albert, I don't know how you felt about watching those videos, but me personally, I was pretty terrified and pretty like just like in general like very alarmed at the state of where things are going on the ground in LA. Like it just seems like violence and political violence and the lack of protection and the need for us to like rely on ourselves for safety is just getting more and more extreme. And I don't really know where it goes from here. Like, right? I mean, I feel like I do, but that's what scares me about it. You know?
Yeah, I mean it's tough. It's tough to see. I mean, one of the journalists who got beat up at the outside of the synagogue or whatever is a guy who is a friend of ours, a guy who like I see at a lot of stuff, and he's a good dude, and like to see that is wild, and it's I mean I think what we're seeing, I think what's really troubling to me is that like as much as we push back, as much as we like prove that the shit that the news media is saying, that Karen Bass is saying is patently untrue and false and like not even based in reality, is like we can only do so much, but it's like every news outlet is running with it. Every fucking person of note seems to be, being paid off by APAC, and it's so fucking heinous, and it's really troubling to see that, because I'm like, you're right, where do we go from here? It's only going to get worse, as far as like if we can't get more and more people out to these things, people are putting themselves in danger. And it's like we know that we want to go to these things, we want to go and be at every protest, be at every action, so that way our people are safe and we can, the strength in numbers and all that. But like we fucking live in a society where it's like we have to work, we have to do things. We also have to just take care of ourselves. And I learned long ago, when I was trying to go to every thing that everybody would ask me to go to, every event or whatever, I was so burned out and so anxious, because I'm just like, I can't be here living in it all the time, and so it's like it's hard to look at people being brutalized and be like, man, I should have been there. But also like, I don't, you got to take care of yourself, and we also have things in our life that keeps us away from that stuff. And so to me, it's really fucked up and sad to see Karen Bass sit there and try to make this somehow some anti-Semitic thing. And as much as we push back, it just doesn't seem to have the intended effect. And I mean, you would think that people seeing the violence there, the violence at UCLA, the fucking horrific things coming out of Gaza every single day would somehow sway people, and it's only making the Zionists like more rabid and willing to like do things in public, being filmed, that are insane. Like the fact that like people are easily found, like women, people, the woman who was calling people
Yeah.
the F slur and saying all that, they found her within an hour, and it's like she just is so fucking emboldened, and you can find pictures of her with like kids and cops and all that, and she's so emboldened that she does that. To me, it just shows that we're dealing with a different animal than we maybe ever have. These people are so emboldened, they're doing this and will face no consequences because the Zionists have done a really good job of conflating Israel and Judaism and making criticism of Israel tantamount to anti-Semitism. It's a really, it keeps me up at night, honestly.
Yeah, me too. I think like the biggest thing to me is like, not only will they be, not only are they able to be violent on the streets and like to beat up the people that we, you and I both know, and get away with that without the police like arresting them for the obvious crimes that are happening in broad daylight in front of them. But you have the fucking president of the United States. You have like Mayor Karen Bass, U.S. Congress people, every single facet of the Democratic Party lining up to defend the Zionists,
Yep.
to say they were right,
Yep.
to applaud their violence. Like,
Yep.
that's the craziest thing. And so, yeah, I have some further reporting by Sean, who's the journalist we're all talking about here when we talk about
A cat with news.
Yeah, a cat with news who got he got beaten up at the protest, like got punched and assaulted numerous times. But we have here on the in this in my shared screen, the Karen Bass had a press conference yesterday at the Holocaust, or the Museum of Tolerance, which is like the Holocaust Memorial Museum in LA. It is very explicitly Zionist. They also hosted a screening organized by Gal Gadot earlier, like at the end of last year. That was like a weird like documentary about like stuff, like basically showing footage from October 7th. And I don't know why anyone would want to watch that, but apparently it was like an invite-only event, and people protested that, and that was also controversial at the time too. But we have Karen Bass here speaking on, at this event and talking. So there's like two things. There are multiple things that are a problem with this. But first off, she's talking, and there's a person standing behind her that is wearing an InfoWars hat. Like, wearing an InfoWars hat. This person is named Adam King, regularly goes on Alex Jones's podcast, has had like multiple interactions with Gavin McInnes, open neo-Nazi, Nick Fuentes, open neo-Nazi, and white supremacist Vincent James Fox. So this person was literally like, this is who Karen Bass is locking arms with. As she announces that she basically wants to make protesting illegal in the state of Los Angeles. And it's just like very shocking. It's very shocking to me to see the events, to see the on the ground reporting that came out of what happened on Sunday, to know the faces of the Zionist people who are like fucking attacking people. Because not only have I seen them at protests at UCLA being extremely horrific and vitriolic, but we've seen them, like in many Twitter threads where people are trying to find the people who are attacking people. And it's just shocking. So I guess my the question I want to put to you guys is like, with these like mask mandates and everything, like how do we, like, is there any way to like maintain like a protest culture that like works with the state, that is not explicitly illegal? And how does our protest culture change if it is explicitly illegal? Do we like, what do we how do we behave as protesters?
That's tough. I think that's really tough, because this is a problem on a lot of fronts, obviously. But the one, liberals are obviously willing to stand and literally quote unquote lock arms with Infowars goofballs and throw immunocompromised and disabled people just to the wind. I've seen a lot of like journalists say that, like, I'm not familiar with their name off the top of my head, but I saw a journalist who was saying that they can't show up to things, one, because they're a femme presenting and it's violent and dangerous at things like this for people like that, and also two, that like they had cancer and they have no immune system, and now they're unable to go do their work at situation, at events like this. So they've just been, they're not allowed to do their job, or to do like something that is like a very important part of like our society, journalism and things like this. I don't know, like I really don't know. It's going to be weaponized against poor people and people of color who are just like on the bus going through the area, like, to going to work, where if there's a protest in the nearby and somebody is like sitting at a bus stop with a mask on, like, are they going to be subject to being like harassed by the police now? Like, this is just the expanding of the police state, just period. I mean, classic situation, but it's tough. Like, what can we do about this specific situation right now? I really am at a loss, except for maybe like normalize mask wearing, even outside of protest situations, to normalize mask wearing outside of protest situations, to remind people that it is more than just like, I guess like an identity, like a privacy thing, which is a big part of it, obviously. And like I really don't know, because like I said, this is going to be used disproportionately to affect the most vulnerable amongst us, as most things are. So like, I think we need to, I really don't know, building community, the same things that I say all the time, focusing on community so that we can reach out to people when you need help. And maybe that could also mean normalizing mask wearing. And more people need to show out also. Like, we need bodies. Yeah. We need bodies, and those bodies should all be wearing masks, maybe, you know what I'm saying? Like, I really, like, that's the only thing I can think.
Yeah, I mean, I'll agree with that. I think that's where I was going. Is like, some good old fashioned civil disobedience. Everyone shows up with a mask. We do a big march, like the ones that happen in, by City Hall, and just the requirements is like, hey, like we need to make sure that, like, because they can't get all of us, right? Like, they're gonna go after some people and all that, but like, if everyone is wearing one, I mean, there's also the legal side of this. If it will be taken to court. I'm sure there are people working on lawsuits right now. Who knows how long those will take? But I do think that normalizing mask wearing is really a good idea. I mean, I think that a lot of us have fallen off. I mean, I know people who still mask around everywhere they go, and I think that'd be probably better if everyone did that. But I do think we need to bring out the masses to do it more. I think we need to bring people. The issue is I think a lot of people, because the Palestine issue and the Zionists are so violent, I think people are steering clear of some of this stuff because, like, they're afraid they're going to be assaulted. So on the one hand, I think we need to do more sort of, again, like those big marches that happen every few months now by City Hall, where like 10,000 people show up. That's where I think you kind of get back into people's heads. Hey, wear the mask, keep it on the whole time. They can't get all of us. And then hopefully that will carry on to the more, severe actions, or more, actions where things might go down. Again, there's no perfect answer. They really have a way of oppressing people, suppressing people. And so I think it's a matter of trying to find a bunch of different ways to do this, and to have some civil disobedience. And yeah, I think that's kind of where it stands right now. And it sucks to not have a better answer, but unfortunately, that's the authority here has all the power.
Yeah, I think we'll have to see how they're, like, how is it enforced? Like, what is the law? Like, obviously there's a lot we don't know right now. But I think, like, if if it becomes something where like people with masks are like specifically targeted for wearing a mask at protests, and like that becomes an issue, like I think there could be a world in which, similar to like in Black Lives Matter, how like if you're a white guy, like your role is at the front of the
Mhm.
protest, and your role is like to be the body blocking the police from reaching the people of color who they will be more brutal with.
Mhm.
Like people like us, like who are already public facing, are already showing our faces and owning our politics in like a very explicit way. It might be useful for us to go without a mask and like be at that front line that protects the people who need to protect their identity for whatever reason, or something like that. But again, there's so much we don't know about this law. There's so much we don't know about the way that police will choose to enforce it at protests and everything like that. Because again, like this law is designed to curtail violence happening during protests in LA, when the majority of the violence is being is happening from people who are unmasked.
Mhm.
Like
Mhm.
it's
Yep.
not the
Well,
mask that's causing the violence, it's the ideology and
right.
these people feeling so like untouchable, and
Yeah.
and they're fucking right.
Yeah.
Like
Well,
they're
we saw
fucking
how
right.
many people, masked individuals, were quote unquote unmasked, like ID'd later. Like masked attackers, Zionist attackers at USA were like quote unquote unmasked and ID'd later on, who are facing no repercussions. What was it, like one
Exactly.
misdemeanor? So my on top of that, I would say like you made a good point about like there are people who the people who have certain privileges should be at the front, whether that's physically at on like on our line in the street, or at the front of a movement, figuratively, whatever. I think that another way that you can do that is actually I'll put like disagree a little bit with a part of what you said. A part of what you could do as somebody with those privileges is wear a mask to normalize it for maybe the disabled person who also wants to still show up to protest, because disabled people
Yeah.
should also be welcomed in, obviously in our movement, and they have the right to voice their First Amendment right, and their right to be heard and be on the streets and do direct action as well. So like I think the more privileged amongst us mogus could help them by also wearing a mask, and I mean like it's and like we could, it seems like with what we saw in NYC, it's not protests in NYC, it's the subway in NYC. So like in NYC, the mask ban is going to explicitly be used to disproportionately to hurt the more vulnerable a part of the population. So like we don't have public transportation, much to our dismay here in LA, but like they don't have the ability to do something like that. They can't say like everybody on the freeway is not allowed to wear a mask, or like something like that. I don't know. So
Also, you should triple bag it, put like 3-4 masks on. If they try to rip it off, you got a bunch more. Fuck with their heads.
right,
Like the Scooby-Doo, you rip one mask off.
Exactly. Hey, Or
yeah.
everybody show up wearing like it's gonna get pricey, like a Michael Myers mask or something.
Yeah.
Get it in your head.
Fuck yeah,
You
get
get
creative.
latex Karen
Wait, no, that's blackface. I just thought about it.
Oh yeah.
No,
Oh, yeah.
problematic.
yeah.
That's what.
Only a white person. Only white faces, folks. Only white faces.
Can we be Krikorian? Can somebody be the city council president? Is he white? I don't know. He's white passing. Whatever.
Yeah, he's. Who knows?
Yeah, no, he's definitely white. Come on. All right. Well, thank you, Albert. Thank you so much for coming on. Do you have anything you want to plug? Anything that you are excited about coming up, or any socials you want to plug in here?
Films for Gaza. Check it out tomorrow.
Let's go, baby.
Buy some tickets. Okay, Robinson Space Sticker Club. Look us up on Patreon or Robinson Space website. $13.12 a month. You help keep the lights on, help pay people to do admin and other stuff. We design a new sticker every month. We have a lot of fun deals for people on Patreon. We have raffles. We raffle off zines and books and stuff like that. We usually do like bonus stickers and all that. All of it kind of based around abolition or some sort of messaging. We've had really fun ones in the past. We just did a run of Captain Planet that says "fuck the police," Powerpuff Girls that said "all power to the people." So we try to come up with
That's
fun
cute.
ideas
I need one
and
of
give
those.
people some perks. Listen to my podcasts, All Valley Everything if you like the San Fernando Valley. Oops All Bangers if you like music. We talk about people's favorite albums. People City
Ooh.
Propaganda is the People City Council podcast, which has been kind of on a hiatus, but we're going to start doing episodes soon. Check that out. Follow me on Instagram, Digital Ash, and then Digital Earn URN on Twitter. Come fuck with me. I try to post political stuff, but most days I'm more of in a jokey mood. So watch me shit post about eating pussy and other fun stuff. So, thanks for having me, Brett. Tofu, really good to meet you.
Yeah, great to meet you as
We'll
well.
have to talk about some darkroom stuff.
Oh,
someday.
yes.
We'll hang.
Yes.
Yeah. Brett, I love you. Thank you so much. You inspire me. You're super cool, man. I
Real
love you.
shit.
Just wanted to make sure you knew that, man.
Yeah, I love you too, Albert. It's
Hell yeah.
great to have you on, and it won't be the last time. You'll be definitely a recurring character on the show. Anytime I can have
Hell
you
yeah.
on, I would love to. So,
Sweet. Sounds good, y'all.
all right, take care.
Have a
Albert.
good one, man.
Bye.
Thank you, Tofu.
That was awesome.
Incredible one. Another one. A banger.
Another one.
A
Awesome.
banger. So
Good
yeah,
shit.
if you're watching this on YouTube, definitely make sure you're following both Tofu, Ghost, and I on Twitch and Twitter and whatever
Twitter.
else, like find us if you can. We'll put it in the description of the video. But thank you so much, Tofu. Really, really appreciate the
It's
space we
awesome.
have.
Thank you for like always setting these up, and on top of what he said, real quick, thank you for doing like the films for Gaza. Those things they have been so awesome. I've been really shitty about like making sure to like watch a lot of movies. It's not that I don't like movies. It's just like I just suck at watching movies. I don't know what it is with me. So like having that space to do it with, also shouts out to the Robinson space, obviously, for hosting it, but you for putting that together and working with the filmmakers and like not only being able to just watch the movies, but like talk to people. Like it's so awesome. All of that is so awesome. That it's so cool that people like Albert and you exist and do things. And I'm very grateful. It's awesome.
Oh yeah, Tofu. Okay, well, for both audiences here, Thursday night, Tofu and I are going to be doing a panel reaction to the presidential debate. So make sure you come here early. It's going to be early for Tofu, I know. But everybody come back when the debate is on. Think of us. Come to our streams. Watch the debate with us. It's going to be a really, really fun time. We'll all revel in our doom, in our downfall, or whatever it is. Like, you know what I mean?
I can't wait. It's going to be content either way.
Oh, yeah. It'll definitely be.
I'm so ready. All right, man.
Yeah. Anyway, Tofu, love you to death.
Much
Thank
love.
you so much. Really appreciate this space we hold together.
Hell yeah.
Oh, yeah. Grimlow will be there, too. That's true.
Oh, yeah. Grimlow. Grimlow's the one we put it on. Come on.
Yeah, Grimlow.
Yeah. Hell yeah. It's going to be a good time.
See you, Tofu.
All right. Have a good one. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Hold up. Nope. Wait. Wrong thing. Wait, does this camera look better? My forehead is so shiny right now. Whatever. We're doing this camera. That was so great. It was really good. Albert is so dope. And obviously fucking, obviously Brett is fucking awesome. So cool. Like I said, I've been familiar with Robinson Space before, ever going there or knowing, having met Albert Corado or anybody else from People's City Council, or Brett, and you, Becca. So it's it's cool. It's awesome to I don't know. It's just cool. It's cool. It's cool. It's crazy how like LA is so big and crazy in that way. Where I've lived here my whole life, but like it still feels endless to me, which is why I still love this city so much. There's still so much more to like explore and more people to meet and people, I don't know, there's just like awesome people out there. There are cool things in the world. The world can be pretty tight is what I'm trying to say. What's up, Speed Racer? What's up? I hope you all enjoyed that. It was fun. Here I am with the population of 4 in Alaska. I mean, that's, you know, hey, listen. 4? Wait, really? 4? Are you 1 of 4 or are you 5? So many beautiful people to me. That's right. Tight world. Yeah, it's sick. The world's pretty sick, you guys. You know what I'm saying? Yo, Tofu, let me know if Albert needs any more darkroom equipment. I have an enlarger and everything. Dude, that's crazy. Yeah, me too. I have a bunch of gear that, you know, I was gonna use to do my own thing in my place, but I realized how unrealistic that was when it kind of came down to it. It's a lot of work. Oh geez. Yeah, because like I have like a little back area where I could do it, but me and my old roommate tried to like light proof it, and it was like our method failed miserably, and it was just like very disheartening, and we just like never got around to like actually trying to update the like light proofing. I don't know what the word would be for that. I guess light proofing. Yeah, but I have all the fucking gear. Like I have, and it's all like great condition, but it's like a lot of it is like vintage, like 80s and 90s stuff. But like, you know, it all works great. It's fine. Haven't used it in years, obviously, but yeah, I'm not really like, I haven't really been doing much photography. It's such an expensive hobby. Film photography is very expensive. I used to be very heavily into, you know, photography, and used to like show my art in like art shows and stuff like that. And do zines. Like we were talking about zines. We were talking about zines and stuff during the podcast. Yeah, I don't know. I fucking used to do that shit too. Yeah, I don't know. It's just a lot. It's a lot. It costs a lot of money. Zines are cool. I love zines. I have like a little collection of zines that I've collected over time, over the years. I used to table at zine fairs and sell my zines and stuff. LA has like an art walk. I used to like table at the art walk. Yeah, I don't know. Hacking introduced me to frack/zine/anarchism. Based. Very based. If you buy in bulk 100-foot rolls and self-develop, it's somewhat of, well, what I was doing was just getting it developed at a place, you know, at fucking what's it called in LA? You know, if you're in LA, you know the fucking place. There's 2 locations. There's one in one next to the fucking museum off. And then one in Culver City. It's like, starts with a K, something photo. Fuck, I'm blanking. My brain is broken. You know the one. Whatever. I would just get it done there, and not Kmart. And not have them print anything. Just get the rolls developed, and I scan them at home. It's just like it's not quite the same as like, you know, using a dark room and printing that way is nowhere near the same thing. You know, it's not as cool and fun, and you're not really, I don't know, it's not really, obviously it's not as hands-on, but yeah, it's the cheapest way to do it. 2600 was the 80s. I think I was born too late. 2600. Okay, now I need to know. It's something photo. Also, where am I? There. gonna fucking scream when I fucking remember what the name of this place is. Sammy's fucking camera. It's called Sammy's Camera. There's a big ass spot in LA, and then there's one in Culver. God damn it. Sammy's, motherfucker. What's up, everybody? What's up, Single File Lines? How's everybody doing? How did you all thoughts on, you know, the conversation? What did you guys think? They still do hacker zines like POC, GTFO. That's a really sus name. I'm not gonna lie. I would switch that up. Great app. Let's go. W. What's up, Banana Milk? Loved it. Hell yeah. Is it really called POC/GTFO? You should change that name. You should change that name. No, that's not a good name. I was playing Halo. I missed it. Nice. It was pretty cool. There was a place like that. It was pretty cool. Wish there was a place. Oh, like a place like Robinson Space. Yeah, man. DIY spaces are always very short-lived in my experience with DIY spaces. You know, growing up, like going to shows and stuff like that. DIY spaces, that was like largely my experience with them, was like, you know, there being shows at random hole in the walls that a bunch of punks would, you know, get a bunch of money together, like, you know, and rent out for as long as they could afford to. But that's the thing, is like it never lasts. It never lasts because, you know, property costs and shit like that are fucking insane in most cities. So it's really rare to get a good DIY spaces or like all ages spaces for like shows, for where kids can go and like, you know, watch a punk rock band and stuff. Yeah, I've seen a lot of cool spaces in my day. Like I had the benefit of like being able to work for a band for a while and like in touring with them and seeing cool DIY spaces across the country. And yeah, man, there needs to be more. That's very important. It's very important. It's extremely important. Like I can't stress enough how much I wish that there were a bunch of cool punk DIY places around me with like a half pipe where bands played and would have free food for poor kids or some shit. You know what I'm saying? Like if I would have had more shit like that growing up, I wouldn't have gotten in as much trouble as I did. I'll tell you that much right now. I probably would have spent so much of my younger days doing a lot more positive shit if I had more third spaces to hang out in, instead of constantly hanging out. Like I grew up in LA, but I was always hanging out in cars, hanging out in parking lots, hanging out like behind in alleys, like in places like that. You know what I mean? Like trying desperately to find places. And if we go to an actual third space, like a park, the cops always come because we're like, you know, we're smoking or we're loud, and you know what I mean? Like it's hard to find places to be young and to just like congregate. So yeah, that shit is so incredibly important. So fucking incredibly important. Especially in days like, you know, in times like today where you know, we're so for obvious reasons so incredibly online. You know, capitalism alienates us all. Well, luckily I have things like the internet because I've been able to find more community through the internet because of a lack of third spaces. But it's sometimes it doesn't account for everything. There is still like a void in it where like putting having the physical space for people to put their hands on something, like I was saying during the podcast, and that they've create something together with somebody, you know what I mean, and have that bond. That shit is so incredibly important, you know, for those that are able to do that, you know, they should have it. Did you ever raid like a news agent's bin for forum magazines? I did. Did you ever raid like a news agent's bin for forum magazines? I did that. I'm not sure what you mean. The internet has been sort of a blessing in disguise for me in terms of social interaction. Oh, for sure. Me too. Thank God thank God for the internet. Like if you're a regular here, you know that like I'm an internet baby and that I was chronically, a chronic grass toucher. Pre-pandemic. And the pandemic obviously changed so much, right? Or like not pre-pandemic, like pre-pandemic, but like the lockdowns, I'm to be more specific, fucking changed everything, and it literally ruined my whole life. And it ruined so many people's lives. Maybe a lot of other people's worse than it ruined mine, but like I say that to say that like I've been open about it a lot on this stream in the past, so I've talked about it many times, but like I hit fucking rock bottom during the like lockdowns and stuff, and I was so alienated, and so depressed, and good things that ended up coming out of it were I finally transed my gender. Finally, like the denial was wasn't enough, you know what I'm saying, to prevent me from doing it. Like the other option was to back out of the lobby straight up. So it was either I do this or I back out of the lobby, like literally. And it gave me that push to do it, which was a blessing, and thank God I did it. And also it put me online, and because there was nothing really else to do, it brought me onto Twitch, and through Twitch I've somehow randomly found like a world full of awesome people. You know what I'm saying? Like through Twitch I've just found like so many people that I would have never there would have never been a way, like a reason for me to interact with so many of these people otherwise, you know what I mean? There's no way we would have met. There's no whatever. It would it's been pretty fucking cool. So I don't know. My point is that yes, the internet is great, but also like we still do need physical spaces. We need both. We need both. Because they go hand in hand in a lot of ways, and we need community, period. Things are not looking very great right now politically. Like we were talking about LA, we're talking about mass bans, we're talking about the expanding of the police state. Now more than ever, community is important as fuck, is the most important thing. And whatever means you can to cultivate and find community, whether that's being online or through DIY spaces or to whatever the fuck it is, you do it. What's up, Introma? Grateful for this chat. Me too. I'm very grateful for you guys. Very grateful for you all reminding me that I'm not I'm not alone. None of us are alone in this, and there are really cool people out there. There are really cool people out there, and the world can be a wonderful place. We just have to fight for it. We have to fight for it. Stretchies. Anywho, so I guess this is probably about where I would have normally have been starting my stream. So here's what we're gonna do, chat. We're gonna run a fucking ad break. Oh wait, no, there's already an ad running right now. Get fucked. If you want to avoid this ad, you just gotta subscribe. You can't hear me, but chat, if you can hear me, consider subscribing. Consider upgrading your sub to tier 2 or tier 3. Consider gifting a sub to an unsubbed friend in the chat. Consider throwing some bits or a dono my way. All of these things help me continue the stream full time. All right, we're gonna take a quick little break. I'll be back in a few minutes. BRB. All right. We're back. Thanks for waiting. Thanks for hanging through the ads. You had to sit through the ads. I appreciate you. Thanks for doing that. Okay. Also, thanks to everybody who rated and gifted subs or subscribed while we were doing the podcast, and I wasn't able to thank you properly. If any of you are still in here, I appreciate all of you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Am I tripping, or was there ever a tofu punished emote? There's like a doomer. There's like this one. But if you're thinking of like the Punisher emote, no. Nah. I just have this. Not when you had that eye issue. Oh, yes, actually, it was like Pirates. No, it might be gone now. It was like no, it was like, maybe it was punished. I don't know. We might have gotten rid of it. Poggars? Was it Poggars? I think we might have gotten rid of it. Dan Crenshaw. Yeah, I was on my Dan Crenshaw shit. I still have my eye patch somewhere. Thoughts on The Boys season 4 episode 4? I have not seen it, nor have I seen season 4 episode 3, nor have I seen season 4 episode 2, nor have I seen season 4 episode 1. Nor have I seen anything from season 3 or season 2 or season 1. I haven't seen any of them at all, actually. But I've heard it's cool. I've heard a lot of cool things about its politics. I hear a lot of a lot of hogs are mad about it, so that makes me think it's probably pretty cool. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. A bunch of hogs are like in their feelings, so I was like, I don't know. Shit, maybe I'll check it out. I was saying to Brett at the end there, like, I suck at watching movies. Like I don't know. I'm like, there's some I like can't keep up. I don't know. I just like don't go out of my way to like put on a movie to watch for some reason. And I need to change that about myself. But it's the same for like shows, especially like series, like shows, because it's so much more fucking commitment, and commitment is scary, you know? Commitment is scary. Not need, want? What do you mean? To spend a day watching The Boys? Whenever I'm in the mood to watch a movie, I spend 2 hours finding a movie and then just not watch anything at all. Yeah. I feel like that was like largely my experience too with watching movies in the past as well. That maybe that's just like, I don't know. I got into like, I found YouTube and Twitch during the lockdowns and shit, and I just never fucking looked back. Criminal Minds, like 16 seasons. Like, you can't, here's the thing about all of those TV shows, you can't type into the chat and yell at the person in the, the actors. Right? Like, you can't, you can't be toxic and fucking, say mean things to them and shit. I get it. I'm also pretty bad at it. I'm too consumed into news. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's just like I'm always just watching a stream. I always just have like a stream on and they're watching something, and yeah, or like I'm scrolling, you know what I mean? Like if I'm like if I'm like consuming media, I'm at my desk and looking at stuff on my computer, I'm like looking at my phone or like something. I don't know. I'm taking in all kinds of shit in my brain, So I don't know. It would probably be nice to like maybe shut that off though, because it can be a lot of information all the time, constantly. It's nice to just like set 2 or 3 hours aside to just like immerse yourself in the world. He lasers a guy's dick off. Wow, I wasn't sold before, bulky G, but now I sure am. I wasn't gonna watch it before, but then you said that he lasers a guy's dick off. and I'm in. Me next? For free? Yeah, he does that. He does do that. Word up. Damn. Motherfuckers pay a lot of money for that kind of shit. I do that by sitting outside and smoking some weed for a few hours. Fair. Fair. It's, they would, it must, fair. Yeah. You're like a normal consumer of marijuana. Me, I'm not. I'm expert level, okay? I'm an expert level consumer of marijuana. Oh, you take a few hours out of your day to smoke weed? That's cute. I don't remember the last time I wasn't smoking weed. I know it doesn't look like I'm smoking weed right now, but I have a THC, fucking, what's it called? A THC fucking, what are the things called? IV hooked up. Just off screen here. We are not the same. Yeah. I constantly have a drip, being introduced to my system throughout the fuck. Yeah, I have an enema. Yes. I have a marijuana plant in my ass right now. Uh-huh. Yup. I planted it in there a few months ago. This shit is taking root, fam. Let me tell you. THC infused tampons, dude. You stupid leftists. You think that socialism could come up with some shit like that? Only capitalism can innovate in ways like this. Don't give the capitalists any ideas. Only capitalism can innovate in groundbreaking ways such as this. All right, you stupid fucking leftists. Capitalism breeds innovation. That's right. That's right. It also breeds me and you. We're all being breeded by capitalism. That's right. Call me innovation. Because anyway, 2 people deserve gifts. 2 people saved 2 people deserve gifts. 2 people saved my life and career. Shouts out to them. Fuck it, THC infused everything. That's right. That's right. Abso-fucking-lutely. In it for the THC. THCD's nuts in your mouth. This anonymous cat gained 184,000 likes. Anonymous cat? I love cats. I love cats. What is this? These accounts scare me. Bleak. But why did they blur the cat's face out? What did the cat do, man? What the fuck did the cat do? We must protect the cat. The cat is on the fucking front lines right now, dude. That cat is literally in the trenches right now. That is fucking awesome. What? Honestly, this is PFP material right here. Anonymous cat. Cat boss doesn't like your questions. That cat is part of the team. That cat looks like it's in a serious legal predicament. Much worse. A war. That cat sold out El Chapo. Cringe, dude. Snitch cat? What the fuck? That's funny. That's funny. Oh man, well chat, we had like a whole, I mean, I actually didn't have time. Okay, so look, this is yesterday's, most of this is still yesterday's playlist. I still gotta like remove, this is what I do normally off stream, before stream, right? I'll like remove yesterday's videos, right? Maybe I'll keep a video that like we didn't get to cover because of time or whatever. Wait, did we watch Urban Rescue Ranch yesterday? I don't remember. It says we watched it. Did we watch it? I feel like no. I feel like we spent all of our time watching Weed Guy. What was his name? Smokey D. How could I forget? Smokey D. I feel like we spent all of our time last night watching Smokey D. So I feel like we still have this to watch. We watched the blunt go. Yeah. This is old news. We can take this off here. This is 40 minutes, but I thought it would be funny. ASMR. This is an Anthony Padilla. I don't ever like really watch this kind of content on the stream, but ASMR artists respond to your assumptions. I thought that was kind of funny and silly. Also, David Cho is like a fucking whole ass YouTuber now, and this could be interesting. Make art out of curiosity, not fear. Oh, we also have the regulars. See, this is how I'll normally like. Okay, so this is all the stuff that I added for us today. It's not much, knowing that, you know, we were gonna do podcasts and everything. But this is what I'll do. I'll go here and I'll go, all right, what's like all of the subjects that I thought were important? Okay, so we have like Israel news here. Israel Supreme Court rules ultra-Orthodox men must be drafted into the military. French election, Gaza looms over showdown between left and right. NYC congestion pricing. Advocates slam Hochul for halting plan to reduce emissions and fund transit. Then I have the headlines. So obviously the headlines go first. So what I would do is be like, okay, what we talk about pretty much every day is Israel-Palestine. So that'll usually go last. So I'll push that up to the top of the playlist. And then like this is loosely about this right here is loosely about like it's about Gaza looming over the like French elections. So this is like a perfect video to use as your like transition for me, as a transition video from like election coverage or like other random selected like international news into specifically Israel-Palestine. So let's see if something more specific to Israel-Palestine exists that could go next. Like this: Gaza suffers near total breakdown of law order. So I'll move that to the top. This is from Reuters: how children starve. Gaza harm could last for life. I would move that to the top. Okay, perfect. So then I would go perfect transition material here. French elections, Gaza looms over showdown between left and right. Move that up. King Charles welcomes Emperor Naruhito of Japan to the UK on state visit. So that's like random international news. That could go next. Slap that up there. Stella Assange will seek pardon for WikiLeaks founder. You know, random international news. We'll slap that up there to the top too. Oh, Kenya, popping off in Kenya. Kenyan president calls deadly protest hijack. So there's like was like a storming of a government building, huge protests, several people shot in Kenya. So we can move that to the top too. Usually things that I have like subjects that I have more like material on, or like the longer like a video or an article is, I'll push that to the back to get the smaller subjects over with first, or like the shorter videos over with first. Yeah. So I'd probably put like, this is like NYC news. So I put that up there. Yeah. And then we could go Always Democracy Now! Last for the news. Then we do PBS second to last. We do AP Top Stories second. And we do Reuters top 5 first, and before that we always do Daily Dose of Internet. So that's how I fucking do my playlist. If you care, if you even care. And then I always have, like, you know, all the articles that I've looked at throughout the day. So we didn't really actually talk. I thought we were gonna talk more about Bowman. I guess that's not really LA related, so it kind of makes sense. What's up, Ligman Nut? But I guess we'll just briefly go over that. I mean, there's not really much news outside of, like, Jamal Bowman lost, unfortunately. California says, okay, I probably won't cover this tonight. Oh, this is what we looked at yesterday that I want to look at tonight, or that we didn't have time to look at yesterday that I want to look at tonight. Same with this. Oh my God, I don't really care about this, but U.S. Representative Lauren Boebert wins Republican House primary after switching districts in Colorado. Fucking, just a fucking demon, dude. A fucking demon. Hopefully she doesn't make it in the general, but switching districts to run again is so crazy. Fuck off. Yeah, shocking. Yeah. Anyway, so fuck her. I don't really want to talk about that. I think this is interesting. Obviously we have that, and we have this that I would like to look at. Yeah. Okay, cool. All right. Let's start off with a little daily dose. Let's pretend like we haven't been streaming for 2.5 hours. What's up, Fleeny? Let's do it.
Hello everyone, this is your Daily Dose of Internet.
Mom, why'd you have to take me to Supercuts? This haircut looks horrible.
I had a coupon. You look good, honey.
No shot.
The reveal went pretty poorly.
It's non-binary. Yeah, gender is a fuck. Okay? Abolish. Oh shit. Okay. Damn. Oh, that was hard as hell, dude.
Humans
Oh
are
my god, bro. Fucking sick.
pretty simple creatures.
Three head. We want our bow back. Yeah. Oh my god. It's dreaming. Oh my god, it's dreaming. What's it dreaming about, chat? Wait, where did all of our emotes go? How come we don't have so cute? Oh, we have like no emotes now. I noticed that yesterday, that like all of our emotes are gone. I'll have to look at it. Oh no. Oh my
The good news is that the mom came back to keep the eggs warm.
bro.
Look at this. Look.
No.
Look at the sign. Come look at the sign. Look at it. What is our name? Like.
What?
Look, bruv, come look. Come look at.
This magic trick freaks me
Wait.
out. The eggs warm.
They changed the name of the sign. Come look at this. Look. Look at the sign. Come look at the sign. Look at it. What is our name? Like. What? Look, bruv, come look. Come look at.
This magic trick freaks me out.
Stomach. You ready? Yeah.
This is the
You put that thing the fuck away, okay? Put it away and get away from me. Put that thing away and walk away from me.
Guy was dedicated enough to deliver a package to the same house the police were currently.
Okay, I love y'all in the chat. He kept walking. Yeah, I know. It was on his pinky. Like, you guys.
Waiting.
Oh my god.
Like, yeah, I know you can. Oh, I've seen this video before. The forbidden pinky. What has just happened?
The squirrel is smart enough to use proper manners after eating watermelon.
Let me see your face. We've had enough watermelon, okay? Nope.
No.
Wipe your mouth. Thank you.
Wait. Oh my god, that is so cute. It really wipes his mouth. That's so cute.
Photograph the paper towel.
Wow. Oh my god, where is he? What happened? Oh no.
There's nothing more peaceful than bringing your chicken to the beach.
What do you think of the beach, George?
Did you whipping your cock whipping your cock out at the beach? That's crazy. Me every morning. Oh my
You
god.
don't need to hear to understand what's going on here.
Wait, what was going on there? Was Gramps having a war flashback? What's happening
Understand
here?
what's going on here.
He's like, die Nazi. That's crazy. Oh shit.
That's the big one we came for right there, guys. Oh my god. Oh, and the hook pop.
Oh fuck. Yes! Be free! Run! Swim, I mean! Swim, run! Oh. Oh! You sweet, sweet little animal, you. Dumbass.
That is the end of this video. We hope you enjoyed.
That's cute.
And I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later.
Later. Bye. Okay, let's get into the headlines. We're just gonna speed run some news tonight, chat. Okay, we're not gonna, you know what I'm saying? We're just gonna breeze right through it. All right, a lot of this, yeah. We're just gonna breeze through it. We'll probably read a couple things. You know what I mean? Nothing crazy. But let's start off as we do with the top 5 stories you need to know today. From Reuters. Let's go. Number 1. WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange has agreed to plead guilty to violating U.S. espionage law in a deal that will set him free after a 14-year British legal odyssey and allow his return home to Australia. Number 2. Donald Trump's advisors have presented him with a plan to end Russia's war in Ukraine. Oh, really? If he wins the presidential elections, the plan involves telling Ukraine it will only get more U.S. weapons if it enters into peace talks. Number 3. Novo Nordisk's hugely popular weight loss drug Wegovy has been approved in China. The country estimated to have the highest number of overweight or obese people. Wait, China? Okay. Really? Is that just because of the sheer numbers of people in China? I don't know. I have no idea. I don't know anything about that. Number 4, Western supplies of artillery shells start to reach Ukrainian units on the front lines, relieving pressure on forces outnumbered by the Russians. Number 5, Israel's Supreme Court rules that the ultra-Orthodox Jews must be drafted into the military. A decree likely to send shockwaves through Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's coalition. Ay, ay, ay. You say based? What? How? That is not based. It's gonna break the government. Oh well, I mean, okay. There's more things than just that. You know, dividing the Israeli government, dividing the Knesset, and things like that. You know, so I don't know. All right. Top stories from Associated Press. Let's check it out. Donald Trump's gag order has been modified, freeing him to comment about witnesses and jurors in his criminal trial. Okay, incoming death threats. Oh boy. Yikes. Trump's lawyers argued there was nothing to justify continued restrictions after the trial ended in May. Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin told Israeli Defense Minister Yoav Gallant he was, quote, extremely concerned about rocket attacks across the Lebanese border. Austin urged diplomacy, saying a war between Israel and Hezbollah could easily become a regional war. It's almost like that's the fucking point. It's almost like that would be, you know, politically useful in Netanyahu's case. Intense heat has disrupted normal life in Pakistan. Doctors in Karachi say they're treating thousands of victims of heat stroke. Temperatures Tuesday soared as high as 117 degrees Fahrenheit or 47 degrees Celsius. What the fuck is that thing? And the San Diego Zoo recently welcomed a baby what? A baby tapir into the world. Oh my goodness. Look at it. Look at its little nose. The female calf does not yet have a name, but she's using her wiggly nose to explore the zoo's Elephant Odyssey habitat. Well, that's fun. Oh, look at it. I love its stripes. It's so... Actually, that was really crazy. The, fuck. It's too late. It's like pattern was really interesting. It had like every other one was different. It was like a solid line, and then the next one would be dotted line, and then the next one was a solid line, and then the next one was dotted line. It was really cute. All right, PBS News Wrap. Their audio is usually a little low, so let's turn this up. Let's check it out.
In the day's other headlines, Israel's Supreme Court ruled that the military must draft ultra-Orthodox Jewish men for mandatory service. The unanimous decision ends decades of broad exemptions. It also deals a political blow to Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and his governing coalition, which had long objected to this move. And it comes as Netanyahu's defense minister, Yoav Gallant, is in Washington for meetings with Pentagon officials. As the war grinds on in Gaza and fighting between Israeli forces and Lebanon-based Hezbollah intensifies, Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin said diplomacy is key to avoiding a second front.
Hezbollah's provocations threaten to drag the Israeli and Lebanese people into a war that they do not want. Such a war would be a catastrophe for Lebanon, and it would be devastating for innocent Israeli and Lebanese civilians.
In the meantime, UN officials told Israel they will suspend aid operations in Gaza unless urgent steps are taken to protect humanitarian workers on the ground. Kenya's president has vowed to maintain calm, quote, at whatever cost, after protesters stormed the nation's parliament today. Frustration.
Yeah, I saw some insane pictures today, but I haven't really looked into it. So I have stuff on this because this is crazy.
Passed a finance bill that imposes new taxes. Television cameras that followed the protesters inside showed the seat of government ransacked and vandalized. Outside, police fired live ammunition and hurled tear gas to disperse the crowds. Health officials say at least 5 people were killed. Both the U.S. State Department and United Nations have condemned the violence. The International Criminal Court in the Netherlands issued arrest warrants today for 2 Russian officials. Former Defense Minister Sergei Shoigu and Military Chief of Staff Valery Gerasimov are charged with war crimes for targeting Ukrainian power plants. The pair are unlikely to be detained as Russia doesn't recognize the court's jurisdiction. Russia's Security Council blasted the decision, calling it, quote, part of the West's hybrid warfare against our country. A U.S. State Department spokesperson says the U.S. supports any and all prosecutions of Russia's actions in Ukraine.
Did you do it? Like, you know what I mean? Did you do it? Like, you know, NATO can't exist for that reason, but also, did you do war crimes? You know what I mean? If you did war crimes, you know, seems bad. Yo, Landom Lazy Lizards Lounge. That is such a fucking mouthful. What's up? I hope you had a wonderful stream. Welcome in. Here, let me turn this off for the Raiders. Welcome in. I'm Tofu. If you've never been here before, we talk about the news of the day. We just had a podcast earlier with Cinemarxism called What's Left LA. Yeah, everybody go follow Landom Lazy Lizard Lounge. Have a lovely night, my friends. I did, but I was lurking here, so not to overlap content. Perfect subject matter. Nice. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah. Podcast was sick earlier. Hell yeah. I'm glad you guys enjoyed it. Hell yeah, hell yeah. Hell yeah, hell yeah, hell yeah. Yeah, if you have thoughts on it, or you know what I mean, or if like, you know, you want to yell at me for something I said, or like, I don't know, you know, tell me what you think. I'm glad you guys enjoyed it though.
So we have made clear that there have been atrocities committed by Russian forces in their illegal invasion of Ukraine, and that there ought to be accountability for those atrocities. We support a range of international investigations into Russia's atrocities in Ukraine.
Word up.
Ukraine, including one conducted by the ICC.
Oh, word. So you like the one being conducted by the ICC. That's really interesting. That you support these investigations when it's for Russia, which like I support too. It's just really interesting that like these same organizations that are offering up these, you know, similar like investigations into, I don't know, say Israeli war crimes. You know, we're just completely, well, I don't know the facts on the ground. We don't know the facts on the ground. We only know what the our partners in the Israeli government have told us about their investigation, you know, like what they tell it, like, you know, we know what you know, blah, 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 blah. And like, but they're ready and willing to reference the ICC and all of these things. In Russia's case, it's really interesting. Really interesting.
Meanwhile, European Union officials started membership talks with Ukraine today, as well as with Moldova. It's a major milestone for both nations, though the talks could take years to wrap up. Ukraine hopes to be a full EU member by 2030. A New York judge has partially lifted the gag order on Donald Trump from his hush money trial. The decision comes just days before the former president squares off against President Joe Biden in the first presidential debate. Trump can now comment publicly about the jurors and witnesses in the case. That includes his former
What
lawyer,
letter are you? What letter are you? Oh, your mother, your mom.
Cohen, and adult film actress Stormy Daniels. But he's still barred from speaking publicly about court staff, including the judge himself, as well as the prosecution and their families. Trump's lawyers vowed to challenge today's decision, saying the gag order should be lifted completely. Norfolk Southern withheld key information during the response to last year's train derailment near East Palestine, Ohio. That is according to new findings by the National Transportation Safety Board. Dozens of cars fell off the tracks during the February 2023 crash, some containing toxic gases. Company officials advised firefighters to release those gases from several overheating cars to avoid an explosion. That so-called vent and burn sent toxic smoke into the sky. At a hearing today, NTSB members addressed evidence that Norfolk Southern held back data that the cars were actually cooling after the crash, and as it turns out, an explosion was not imminent.
Had there been more thought,
they made it so much worse.
The evidence that was available at the time, had there been more opportunity for contrasting views to be shared and discussed, I feel like we might still be here today talking about a derailment, but I don't think we would be talking about a vent and burn. I think it's really unfortunate.
The investigation also found that a trackside heat sensor...
Accountability, you know what I mean? Accountability, any sort of like re-regulation around any of this stuff. Like, where's Peter? Peter? Where's Peter? You know, where's the transportation secretary? Where's the Department of Transportation? Like, this is like... How come we haven't re-regulated the Trump era deregulations? how come the we're not going hard on these railroad companies? Okay, how come? Like, they got a slap on the wrist. They had to pay some fines. Cost of doing business, dude. Oh my God, we're gonna have more East Palestine Ohios. You know what I'm saying? Until we take the profit motive out of such important sections of our economy completely, of our society completely. This is insane. This should never be allowed to happen. We need to nationalize this shit yesterday.
Failed to detect a burning wheel bearing ahead of the derailment. That wheel bearing is suspected to have caused the incident. Oklahoma's Supreme Court ruled today that a state board's approval last year of the nation's first...
Like, is it a wheel bearing, or is it that, like, cost-cutting measures on behalf of the railroad companies? You know what I mean? When was the last time any of these rails were updated or like, anything like that? Like we just saw a bridge get swept away in what was it, like South Dakota or some shit? I don't remember where. Somewhere where there was a bunch of flooding, across multiple states. There was just a bridge floating away. No big deal. How many stories like this are we going to continue to cover?
Religious charter school was unconstitutional. The decision comes after a coalition of parents and faith leaders sued to stop its establishment. In its ruling, the court wrote, quote, under Oklahoma law, a charter school is a public school. As such, a charter school must be non-sectarian. The case comes after recent U.S. Supreme Court rulings that indicate a willingness to allow the use of public funds for religious entities.
Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck the Constitution then, right? I thought y'all fucking love jerking off to the Constitution. I thought you loved that shit. It's like the second Bible. It's the other Bible. You know what I mean? Like, y'all don't... God, dude. Fuck, man. I swear, I fear that I'm going to see an America in my lifetime where there is no public education. Where they successfully are able to privatize the entire to privatize and thus gatekeep education in this country. That could definitely happen. I mean, every single Republican on the stage in the primaries, Republican primaries, said something about abolishing the Department of Education. And now we have motherfuckers like Javier Milei in Argentina hyping up all of the fucking goofball ANCAPs across the world and giving them fucking hope, Yeah, only homeowners get to teach their kids. Only the fucking, the petite bourgeois small business owner class gets to, right?
There's more rain in the forecast for parts of the Midwest already drenched by floodwaters. At least 2 people have died. In Minnesota, south of Minneapolis, county officials say a dam along the Blue Earth River, already damaged, will survive the flooding. Homes have been evacuated downstream, including this one left teetering as the ground beneath it erodes. Residents could only watch and hope that their dwellings will survive.
And now the threat of our house, my family house, where I grew up, is threatened by the force of Mother Nature.
Governors of Iowa and South Dakota say the flooding has damaged roads and bridges, forced hospitals to evacuate, and left entire cities without power or safe drinking water. Officials have reported hundreds of water rescues. All this as the very same areas remain under heat warnings, many temperatures feeling 100 degrees or higher. And on Wall Street today, tech stocks led the way amid broader caution ahead of some inflation data later this week.
Shut the fuck up. How come you're not responding to me? Stonks. Stonk.
Of children in Sudan and Gaza. Federal judges in Kansas and Missouri block President Biden's latest student loan repayment plan. And a look at why a growing number of young men are choosing not to go to college.
I love that, dude. I love that I grew up in a time where you were told it was shoved down your throat as an American millennial in school that like you will not be able to make it unless you go to college. Like you will not have a successful life. You will fail. Like literally it was a terrifying concept to me and so many people that like if you do not go to college, you will not be able to make a good enough amount of money to like really live comfortably. And what that did was create a situation in which everybody has so many people, everyone and their mother has a fucking college degree, but there aren't fucking, you know, most people, if you have a job, most people aren't working in their field that they studied in, post graduation and things like this. Most people aren't, if you even are like have a job in the first place. you know what I'm saying? Most people are just like, damn, I am in a shitload of fucking debt. I actually dodged a bullet by not going to college. You know, there's a lot, still to this day, I'll like have little bits of FOMO when I hear people's stories from college. Like, man, I really like kind of like missed out on like a time, like I missed out on like an experience, like not having like the college experience, like going out of state or something like that, going to and meeting a bunch of people, like, whatever. It used to like really make me sad. It still sometimes does, like, like a lot of people like have like friends that they met and like friends like all over the country or wherever, or abroad or internationally that they met in college, like, whatever shit like that. But man, I'm really fucking glad that I don't have fucking 90K in debt, dude. Man, it didn't take me going to school to acquire debt, if I'm being real. You know what I'm saying? Like, if there was other way, like you're gonna you acquire debt even without going to college. Like that's a very easy thing to fucking do. But yeah, man, oh my God, I can only imagine what it would be like if I was really in the hole, fucking multiple tens of thousands of dollars for some shit that I'm not even seeing the benefits of, but besides like some like life experiences, maybe some relationships, you know what I'm saying? I don't know. This shit sucks, man. It really fucking sucks. So I like, as a person who came from that time, as a millennial growing up in America, it was really shoved down your throats that you absolutely needed to go to college or else you're going to be a homeless fucking piece of shit fuck up or something. And now I'm seeing like these pieces from like liberal, MSM saying like, why a lot of American young men are now choosing to get into the trades, like as if like, people in the trades was not always important. One, and like as if two, you couldn't make like a good living and live a fulfilling life by being a tradesperson, a tradesman or whatever. I don't know. It's just like, what a fucking sham. All of it, everything is an advertising campaign. Everything that I was taught in school about all of this shit is a huge advertising campaign for genocidal hedge funds. And it's fuck, man, it's really dark. it's really fucking dark when you really start to think about it. It's just like, we're a very sick society, chat.
Young men are choosing not to go to college.
Your mom went to college. There's more to life than work. College teaches you how to learn. I mean, college is never like, I would never say that college is a bad thing. Learning is always a good thing. Learning is always a good thing. Always. There's never a situation, like not a single situation in which learning is not a good thing. Even if it doesn't immediately affect you, especially in like a financial sense, like in a positive way. Like, obviously just expanding your fucking mind like is good. Right? Problem is, this whole thing called capitalism or whatever, I happen to in fact think that education is so cool and so poggers and so good and so important for a healthy society and for healthy people that it should be available to everybody, period. You should be able to learn about everything, all the way through to like doctorate fucking level education. Like you could spend all your time in school just expanding your mind, if you wanted to. The world would be a better place for it. The world would be a better place for it. Let's continue on, though. Okay, let's finish off the headlines. Let's get into a little democracy now.
Welcome to Democracy Now!
DemocracyNow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman.
WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange could be just hours away from freedom after he accepted a plea deal with the U.S. government and was released from a UK prison. Assange took off from London's Stansted Airport Monday, ending a 12-year-long ordeal that saw him take shelter at the Ecuadorian embassy for 7 years, followed by 5 years in Belmarsh prison, to avoid extradition to the United States, where he faced up to 175 years in prison for publishing classified documents exposing U.S. war crimes in Iraq and Afghanistan. Julian Assange's jet has stopped in Bangkok to refuel before it continues on to Saipan in the Northern Mariana Islands, the U.S. Commonwealth in the Pacific Ocean, where he's expected to plead guilty to one espionage charge of conspiring to unlawfully obtain and disseminate classified national defense information. He will then fly to his home country of Australia to be reunited with his family. Julian's wife, Stella Assange, spoke to Reuters earlier today.
Of course. I mean, I think that the correct course of action from the U.S. government should have been to drop the case entirely. We will be seeking a pardon, obviously. But the fact that there is a guilty plea under the Espionage Act in relation to...
Would they be seeking a pardon from the Brandon administration, or would they be seeking a pardon for, in this case, from the Australian government?
Obtaining and disclosing national defense information is obviously a very serious concern for journalists and national security journalists in general.
We'll have more on this story after headlines. We'll speak with Julian's brother and other advocates for his freedom. In Gaza, Israeli attacks have killed dozens of Palestinians over the past day, including 14 people who were sheltering in UN-run schools in northern Gaza. Another attack on Khan Yunis killed at least 10 Palestinians as they were either seeking or helping shield aid supplies. UNRWA head Philippe Lazzarini offered a stark assessment of the situation in Gaza 9 months into Israel's slaughter.
I wouldn't really say that he is free until he has been fully outside for 1 month. You never know with America, and he'd probably be scared shitless of assassination or something. I mean, yeah, it depends on like what your definition of free is, right? Like, you know, like he's definitely not going to be like just going around, going to the grocery store, you know, like just being a normal person. You know, so there's that. No, Assange doesn't really matter anymore. I mean, whether or not Assange and the situation around Assange matters anymore is kind of irrelevant, because what does matter to the United States and to the State Department and to, you know, whatever, is the principle. It's they want people to know that like you can't do that. You can't just like expose the United States. You know what I'm saying? So like I would say that, you know, he should be careful. You know what I mean? And he should be, you know, yeah, he should be very public about his mental health and whether or not he wants to, you know, back out of the lobby on his own or not. You know what I mean? If he doesn't want to, he should explicitly say that, you know, that, you know, things like this. He should maybe just, you know, be careful, right? Obviously, fucking obviously. But yeah, like I think whether the, you know, the information is out, the information that he leaked is out. We have the videos of American soldiers laughing as they murder Reuters journalists and children, like, and civilians and children and shit. Like we watched it yesterday. You know, the information is out. We know that the United States, you know, is guilty of war crimes. Like we know that. So yeah, Assange has essentially been in prison this entire time. and hasn't been, releasing information of the same caliber in the meantime since, Chelsea Manning was for fucking many years, 7 years in solitary confinement. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think that the people or the information that was released is the problem anymore. I think, like I said, if there is any problem, it's that the example that it sets. The United States doesn't want people to think that they can be a Julian Assange. But then again, that point kind of already has been put across. You know what I'm saying? Given that, like, one, Chelsea spent all that time in prison, and what Julian Assange's life has been like the past however fucking long now. I think that message still is already out there, but I don't know. I wouldn't put it. But my point is, ultimately, I wouldn't put it past the United States to really care more about that than you might think. Edward Snowden too. It's not being a conspiracy theorist. I'm saying that, like, listen, Chelsea Manning did her time in U.S. In prison and things like this, and luckily, through political pressure, Obama was willing to commute her sentence. You know what I'm saying? Like, if it wasn't for like political pressure and how public it was, that Chelsea wouldn't be free. So, like, it's not a conspiracy theory. It's not a conspiracy theory. Brandon wouldn't have Brandon's DOJ wouldn't have struck this plea deal with Assange if there wasn't all kinds of international pressure, from like freedom of the press, like organizations worldwide, for many years. Trump literally said, "Can't we just kill him?" Yeah, it's not a conspiracy theory. Yeah. Indeed, which is why I wonder how the heck Assange expects to not end up forever in prison. Well, that's what's cool. What is good about the plea deal? It obviously could be better. It could be that the case is dropped altogether. That would be awesome. But the next best thing, I guess, is striking a plea deal in which, the worst case scenario of like the attack on like what could come from, the attack on the press doesn't happen. Which would be like, he's put into prison for 175 years and suicided or like executed, by the state, like whatever. The next best thing is that he gets to go home to his family, even if maybe he should be careful, like, walking around and shit. I don't know. And it still doesn't set the best precedent for other journalists too. Like I said, the other journalists that may come into may have the opportunity for example to like drop some really crazy information or like drop a crazy leak like that and report on something. They might not be as, they're definitely not going to be as confident doing that, now because, nobody wants to end up like Assange. So I don't know. What's up, Transgirl Jade? Government doesn't have to do anything. They made their example. Yeah, that's why I said, like, I think that the example has already still been made, but I still wouldn't put it past them because maybe somebody, with that decision making power doesn't feel the same way. Who knows? All right, let's finish this before we have to go to an ad break.
Has been decimated. For more than 2 million Gazans, it is a living hell, a nightmare from which they cannot wake. Catastrophic levels of hunger across the Gaza Strip are the result of human action. Children are dying of malnutrition and dehydration, while food and clean water wait in trucks.
In Gaza City, Palestinians mourn the death of 2 medical workers killed by Israel, including Gaza's Director of Ambulance and Emergency Services, Hani al-Jafarwi. This is Hatem al-Swarki, who works at the Ministry of Health.
We appeal to the international institutions to take a clear stance on these continuous targeted attacks, as we have lost more than 400 health professionals in the Gaza Strip and more in detention. We lost dozens of health institutions to complete or partial destruction. We say to the world, isn't it time for you to stand up?
On top of this, I think I saw earlier, I'll look for it on the side here. 1 in 5 journalists in Gaza have died.
The Palestinian human, to protect medical crews and institutions, to respect the Palestinian ambulance badge.
An Israeli airstrike in the Shati refugee camp reportedly killed 10 relatives of Hamas leader Ismail Haniyeh, including his sister. Meanwhile, in the occupied West Bank, Israeli forces have carried out more violent raids and arrested another 25 people. Israel's top court has ruled that ultra-Orthodox Jews in yeshiva schools are subject to the military draft and must immediately enlist or lose government funding. The Supreme
1 out of
Court
every
decision
10, sorry.
risks further destabilizing Prime
1
Minister.
out of every 10 journalists has been killed in Gaza. From the Washington Post.
Benjamin
I'll be right back.
Netanyahu's fragile government coalition, which relies on 2 ultra-Orthodox parties. In Ukraine, Russian missile attacks killed at least 5 people, injured dozens of others in the eastern town of Pokrovsk. Meanwhile, Russia summoned the U.S. ambassador in Moscow and vowed to retaliate after a deadly Ukrainian strike on Crimea Sunday, which Russia says was carried out using U.S.-supplied missiles known as ATACMS. In Kenya, police deployed tear gas, rubber bullets, and water cannons on demonstrators as organizers call for a national strike and 7 days of rage to protest proposed tax hikes and demanding the resignation of Kenyan President William Ruto. Among the protesters was Alma Obama, the half-sister of Barack Obama, who was tear gassed by police during a live interview on CNN.
How can you tear gas your own people? Listen to them. Listen to these children. They're the future. They're 80% of our population. 80%. If they decided to turn against us, they can. And that is what they're doing now.
Reports have also emerged of a number of protesters who've gone missing. Authorities are surrounding the Kenyan parliament in Nairobi, which protesters plan to occupy.
We'll look at some updates of this shit looks
In other news from
bad.
Kenya, armed forces are readying to deploy to Haiti with some 400 officers set to arrive there later this week. President William Ruto Monday held a ceremony for the first contingent of the UN-backed troops, part of a larger mission to combat worsening gang violence in Haiti. Many Haitians have opposed the mission, citing past international interventions that have contributed to political destabilization and humanitarian crises in Haiti. In New Caledonia, fresh protests have erupted after France extradited 7 independence activists, including protest leader Christian Taine, for pre-trial detention. New Caledonia has been under French control since its colonization by France in the 19th century, but some 40% of the population is Kanak, and a growing independence movement is seeking to end colonial rule. Back in the U.S.,
we covered recently how protesters are being sent to France for trial and stuff.
Has agreed to hear a challenge from the Biden administration to a Tennessee law blocking gender-affirming care for transgender youth. The case, which will be heard in the next term, could have major implications for trans rights in dozens of other Republican-led states. Rallies were held in front of the Supreme Court and across the country Monday as the nation marked 2 years since the right-wing-led court overturned Roe v. Wade, ending the constitutional right to an abortion. Nearly 24 states have since restricted abortion, with 14 states now banning the procedure. Vice President Kamala Harris spoke in Phoenix, Arizona, at a reproductive rights event marking the anniversary of the Dobbs ruling.
2 years ago today, the highest court in our land took a constitutional right that had been recognized from the people of America, from the women of America, And thereafter, in state after state, laws have been proposed and passed that criminalize healthcare providers. You know, in Texas, they provide prison for life.
In related news, a new study shows Texas has seen...
You're one to talk about prison, Kamala.
13% increase in infant and newborn deaths since the state imposed an abortion ban. And abortion is expected to be a major issue in Thursday night's debate between President Biden and former President Donald Trump.
Which, by the way, we will be watching and reacting to with Cinemarxism, who we just had our podcast with, What's Left LA, and Gremlo, both homies of the show. It's going to be fun. It's going to be poggers. So if you want to watch the debate but don't want to do it alone, I'm sure there's going to be plenty of places to go for debate reacts. But, you know, if you fuck with the three of us, come through. It'll be fun.
Multi-faith and non-religious parents has filed a lawsuit over the state's new law mandating the 10 Commandments be displayed in public school classrooms. This is plaintiff Jeff Sims, a Presbyterian pastor with children in Louisiana public schools.
This new law doesn't just interfere with my and my children's religious freedom.
Hair. I'm sorry. I just have to stop real quick and point this out, that your fucking hair is awesome. Is that a mohawk that you know what I mean? Like, that's fucking awesome, man. Shouts out to you for real. I love the fucking clashing patterns. Man, this dude is the shit.
It tramples on it. The separation of church and state means that families get to decide if, when, and how their children should be introduced to religious scripture and texts, not the state.
And prosecutors are recommending the Justice Department bring criminal charges against Boeing after the company violated a 2021 settlement that would have shielded Boeing from prosecution over 2 crashes in 2018 and 2019 that killed all 346 people on board. The Justice Department has until July 7th to decide whether to prosecute Boeing. And those are some of the headlines.
Jesus, man.
This is Democracy Now! Democracy
Yeah, not the murdering of whistleblowers.
The Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman.
I'm Amy Goodman, dude. The fuck? All right, next up, chat. The ads are about to run. I've been snoozing them. But the ads are going to run. So before or after the ads, we're going to talk. I want to read this article that I wanted to read yesterday but didn't have time to. How will LA treat the homeless when it hosts Olympics in 2028? Definitely want to check that out. Then maybe we'll look at some Bowman stuff. This is like old now, I guess. This is just like the numbers. We'll talk about Bowman. I mean, I feel like we already talked about Bowman. I feel like there's everything that needs to be said about Bowman has been said. I don't know. So maybe we'll talk about Bowman. But we also have, this is what I was showing you earlier. This article that I wanted to read yesterday as well. UN expert calls for an end to the failed US-led global war on drugs. Human rights advocates applauded Tlaleng Mofokeng's recommendations to adopt an approach focused on harm reduction. Thought that sounded interesting from truthout.org. We're going to talk about New York City congestion pricing if we have time. We're doing pretty good on time, so we probably will. New York City congestion pricing from Democracy Now! We'll talk more about the situation in Kenya. We kind of already talked about Stella. I don't really care, but this is just kind of quirky and silly. King Charles III that welcomes Emperor Naruhito of Japan to the UK, like whatever. French election, Gaza looms over showdown, and then we have Israel-Palestine updates generally. I guess these are from yesterday that we didn't get to. I don't know. Exclamation point watching if you would like a link to this playlist. Today's just kind of an easy day, a do whatever day because of the podcast. So we'll see. But first, before we continue on, chat, we must run an ad break because it has been more than an hour since our last ad break. Don't you worry though, because here at the Tofu Ghost broadcast, when I run ads, I run them while I'm away from the stream. That way, even if you're unsubscribed, you don't miss out on any of the content. But if you would like to support the stream and get access to cool Tofu Ghost emotes, as well as an ad-free viewing experience, all you gotta do is subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. Or let's say you are already subscribed to the channel and you're feeling generous and you have the means to, maybe consider gifting a sub to one of our unsubbed friends in the chat like Louie or Pooping Astronaut. That way they can also enjoy the Tofu Ghost emotes and an ad-free viewing experience with the rest of the community. You can also throw bits or a dono my way. All of these things go towards helping me continue the stream full time. But like I said, if you enjoy the content, if you enjoy the stream, if you'd like to see it continue on full time, then consider supporting in some way. I'll be back in 3 minutes. Don't you go anywhere. BRB. All right. We're back. Thanks for waiting, everybody. If you had to sit through the ads, thanks for sitting through the ads. I appreciate you. Yo. But also, thank you and shouts out to Darank for gifting to Louie. That way Louie doesn't have to see ads. And Bandito, thank you for gifting to Whimsical Logic. That way Whimsical Logic doesn't have to see ads. That's fucking awesome. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you. If you got a gifty from somebody, please make sure to thank them. It's very, very kind. Thank you so much. We're at, what is that? 4 out of 25 for the daily sub goal now. Pretty pog. Pretty pog. Thank you so much. All right, let's look at this. Let's look at this. We were going to look at this. This actually came out, was like linked to in an article that we read yesterday. I'm blanking on who it was by, but it was about let's see, let me pull it up. I can probably search it. It was from Torched LA about, here it is. Torched LA. Why did LA 28, the company that is the 2028 Los Angeles Olympics, why did LA 28 hire an army general as CEO? Kind of goes into the history of like the Olympics in LA, and it's used to to increasingly militarize the police, to expand the police state in Los Angeles. Echoes of what we saw in 1984 happening now in 2028, coming up, in a few years here. So in this article, they linked to this article that I thought looked really interesting, but we didn't have time to read. LA sterilized its streets for the 84 Olympics. How will it treat the homeless in 2028? Good question. How will LA treat the homeless when it hosts the Olympics in 2028? Very good question. Let's talk about it. Let's fucking talk about it. This is the... Hold on. LA sterilizes streets for the 84 Olympics. How will it treat the homeless in 2028? Whenever you have these big sporting events, there's an attempt to make folks disappear. This is from July 12th, 2018, by the way. But interesting to read because it's, obviously this is relevant. Church bells rang out across Los Angeles. John Williams' now familiar Olympic theme blared triumphantly from 150 trumpets, and a man with an actual jetpack propelled across the Memorial Coliseum on July 28, 1984. Yeah, this picture is actually fucking insane. I actually really love the colors in this photo. Back when the Coliseum was painted like this, now it's just like all white. I'm pretty sure. Which is great. It's awesome. It was 86 degrees and sunny. Nearly 6 million spectators would watch the Summer Olympics in LA over the course of 2 weeks, with 20 million more households tuning in to the opening ceremony alone. The world had arrived in Los Angeles, and the city looked spectacular. Yeah, aesthetic. In and around the venue, neighborhoods were festooned. That's a good word. I don't know what it means, but I like the sound of it. What does this mean? Festoon.
Festoon.
Festoon. Adorn a place with ribbons, garlands, or other decorations. Okay, to like decorate a place. In and around the venue, neighborhoods were festooned in banners. The streets were lined with freshly planted flowers, cleared of trash, and adorned with new murals painted by neighborhood youth who were paid to cover up graffiti. But for some of LA's poorest residents, the festivities only made life harder. In 1984, the cost of renting in LA was increasingly unaffordable, and the economy was still rebounding from a recession. The problems were fueling a homeless crisis so severe that, according to researcher Jennifer Walsh, Los Angeles was known as, quote, the homeless capital of the United States. And you know what? I would go as far as to say that we're still known for that. We're still known for our homelessness. Like, when people think of homelessness in America, first thing that comes up is LA, because we have Skid Row. New York and the Bronx says hello to this. Well, I mean, have you ever been? I mean, of course. Have you ever been to Chicago? Have you ever been to fucking Seattle? Have you ever been to fucking Portland? I could go on and name a bunch of cities in America. They all have huge homeless issues. My point is that, like, for some reason, well, I think for an understandable reason, I talk about this all the time. Los Angeles is known as like the homelessness capital of the country because it's like the most like dramatically like visible population of homeless in Skid Row. Skid Row is like bonkers. We have, just in LA city proper alone, we have 45,000 what's it called? We have 45,000 homeless people sleeping on the streets tonight. It's just like because we have such a big ass city. No push it out. No push it out, Tofu. You know I'm not stepping on you. Oh no, I didn't take it as you stepping on me. I was just saying, like, yeah, I could point out a million other cities that have huge homelessness issues. Yeah, DC, Philly for sure. But yeah, like this person was saying, according to the researcher Jennifer Walsh, Los Angeles was known as the homeless capital of the United States, and we're talking about in 1984. And I was saying that, like, in 2024, we're definitely still known as that. Like, all the right-wing talking heads love chirping about LA and blue cities when it comes to homelessness. Yeah, the jetpack is sick, dude. I said it already, but like the colors that the Coliseum is painted in is fucking tight, and we should go back. We should paint it like this again. I'm pretty sure. I mean, I haven't been like right up here on this little part in a while, but the last time I walked around literally right here, it was all just white. Like maybe there was like some Trojans colors around. I don't know. It looks 90s. Well, technically, it looks 80s. But yeah, no, for sure. Yeah, vaporwave as fuck. Like the Dixie Cups, like a Dixie Cup. Yeah. Okay. Where do we leave off? Hello? Oh, right here. In the years leading up to the games, authorities cracked down, enforcing laws that made it a crime to be homeless rather than finding permanent solutions to the crisis. Now, does this sound familiar? You know what I mean? When we're talking about Los Angeles politics, like what has been going on? You know, the increasing of like no camping zones or whatever. I can't remember like the names of the bills off the top of my head. How many millions of dollars have we spent on the signs that are supposed to inform people of the no camping zones or whatever? Every opportunity that it comes across any of the powers that be in LA's desks that allows them to grant the LAPD and the LASD more money and more fucking surveillance powers, they fucking they do. We're doing exactly this right now. We are getting ready for Los Angeles 2028, and that means further criminalizing homelessness and poverty and further pushing them out. What happens is they, over time they get pushed out of the cities and people end up in the deserts in California. They get pushed inland. Yeah, they want the streets clear. They want it to look good for all of the bigwigs from all over the world that are going to be running around the city and judging Karen Bass and stuff like that, because Karen Bass has political aspirations probably beyond her term as mayor in Los Angeles. These things, she's really, really, really excited to be a mayoral, an Olympic mayor. These things fucking really fucking matter to people like Karen Bass. So what are they going to do? They're going to throw all of their progressive virtue signaling out the fucking window and do things like what? Mask bans on protests that are going to disproportionately affect the most vulnerable among us and the most poor among us and all of these things. Wow, you make LA politics sound remarkably like Portland politics. What's up, Ken? Dang, the police is going to be more aggro. I mean, yeah, man, they have a job to do essentially. They have 4 years to cleanse the streets like this. LA, quote, sterilized its streets in 1984. That's how they referred to it. We talked, that article went into it in depth yesterday. That's where this article was linked out of, talking about the sterilized, the use of the word sterilize. All right, where were we? Shoo. I got one sentence in and I got stun locked again. In the years leading up to the games, authorities cracked down, enforcing laws that made it a crime to be homeless rather than finding permanent solutions to the crisis. The beautification campaign explicitly targeted the homeless. Residents in and around Skid Row were driven out of view as visitors flooded into town. We're trying to sanitize the area, the Los Angeles Police Department Captain Billy Wedgeworth told the Los Angeles Times 1 week before the opening ceremony. Sanitize. What's up, Doom Nukin? As the games approached, mounted police and narcotics officers launched sweeps of homeless residents in downtown neighborhoods where tourists were expected to gather, the LA Times reported. Dozens of homeless residents were arrested, sent to detox centers, or forced to relocate while their belongings were discarded. So remember, we've talked about Inside Safe a lot here. We've talked about the care courts. You know, we talked about Prop 1. Let me just make sure I'm not lying to you. No, wait. 2020. Yes, Prop 1. It was Proposition 1. Yes, 2024 Proposition 1. Okay. We talked about that a lot. I'm just like, I didn't want to fucking get that wrong and just look like a fucking dumbass. We talked about that a lot. The forced like involuntary like forced treatment and shit like this is going to be relied upon a lot. The police, just like in New York, have been given the power to essentially make the call whether or not they think somebody is mentally fit enough to be allowed to exist in public. And a police officer can make the choice to say, I don't think you are, mentally fit enough to just be outside and be in public. So I'm taking you in, and you have to abide by the care court requirements, or face fucking prison. It's literally just like a fast track prison, homelessness, to prison pipeline. They just want to put all the homeless people inside of jails so that one, hey, cool, look at all this fucking prison labor that we just created for ourselves and for business owners in Los Angeles. And two, we cleansed and beautified the streets for when all of these powers that be come through and fucking, judge me for the work that I've done. Karen Bass, the mayor of this beautiful city. Yo, Violent Femme, thank you for 14 months. I hope you're doing good. Good to see you. Back to purple, huh? Yeah, out of sight, out of mind. Exactly. And this is literally 1984. Wait, no, not like the meme, like literally 1984. Like this was literally happening in 1984. We're in 2024, okay, where we're seeing the same things happening, but on a grander scale, with much more money and much better tools and much more dystopian tools, like fucking, you know, drone dogs and shit. You know what I'm saying? Boston Dynamics dogs and stuff. Like, yeah. So they don't even get the mental assistance that some may need, just shipped to jail. The money for these programs are being taken out of existing mental health care programs in California. So to support the care courts and stuff like this, money is literally being taken out. This is liberalism in a nutshell. Money is being taken from existing mental health care programs and being put into these programs that, under the disguise of being a bill aimed at helping homeless people and giving providing mental health care to homeless people and to the poor. What it really does is it gives the police the ability to arrest homeless people. It gives it literally is a fast track that gets around the previously existing systems. That is a fast track straight from Skid Row, straight to fucking a men's central jail. Like fucking literally. So all of this stuff has been happening. We've had Gavin Newsom and Karen Bass doing supporting policies like this in preparation for future events and future political aspirations for both of these politicians. Gavin Newsom absolutely wants to be president someday. I think Karen Bass also wants to be president someday. At least wants to, continue her career in politics post mayorship. These things really, really matter to them. So yeah, like Gavin Newsom wants to be able to compete on a national stage and be able to in their liberal perspective, in their view, battle potential attacks from the right that would be saying that they're weak on crime, because we all know that how much liberals love virtue signaling to the right. You know what I'm saying? Like, or I should say, virtue signaling to the left while assuring the right that they're still on the same page as them. Yeah. Homeless people are the next Holocaust at this rate. I mean, capitalism. It's capitalism. You know how people have there's the meme, there's the victims of communism memorial and the victims of communism foundation fucking shit like that. The victims of capitalism memorial would be the list, that the amount of names that you would need to chisel in to the wall of that, you know what I'm saying, that the marble wall of that memorial would be endless. Yeah, it would be endless. We'd run out of chisels. You would chisel until there was no more rock. Essentially. 10 million minimum die from hunger each year. Is that did capitalism do that, Chad, or is that communism? What do we think? Good night, Tofu and Chad. Have a long ass early day tomorrow. See you beautiful people tomorrow. People, yo, Marty C, thanks for hanging out. Always good to have you. Have a good night and see you next time. What's up, Llama? I mean, communism starved a lot of people in the 50s and 60s. Okay, we're not gonna open up the historical, because that's a whole conversation to have. Okay, but what somebody might say to that, however, crazy man, is that it was external pressures. No, you're fine, crazy man. It's external pressures from the West and capitalist nations that created the conditions in which things like that might have happened. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, we don't need to have the whole history conversation about past failed communist states and things. But yeah. Anyway, I should finish this article. What do we think about finishing the article? Let's get back into the article. Where were we? Yes. This is all stuff that is happening right now. As the games approached, mounted police and narcotics officers launched sweeps of homeless residents in downtown neighborhoods where tourists were expected to gather, the LA Times reported. Dozens of homeless residents were arrested, sent to detox centers, or forced to relocate while their belongings were discarded. Whenever you have these big sporting events, there's an attempt to make folks disappear, said Jerry Jones, director of public policy at Inner City Law Center, a Los Angeles nonprofit that provides legal aid to Skid Row residents. The lesson from '84 is that we tried a punitive approach, he said. That certainly didn't solve the problem. No, in fact, that homelessness problem that apparently we were, known nationally and possibly worldwide for in '84 has been exacerbated like way beyond the level of '84. I don't have the numbers offhand. Maybe somebody in chat could, do a little Google for me or something and hit me with it. But like, I'm going to go out on a limb and say the homelessness levels are probably much higher today in Los Angeles than they were in 1984. I'm going to go out on a limb and say that that's probably the case. You are okay to not want to speak on age times, but Uncle Cleve, yes, my uncle taught people how to protest. Uncle Cleve. That's awesome. That's awesome. Human beings okay. In 2028, Los Angeles will host the summer Olympics for the third time, and the homeless crisis is just as dire, if not worse. Residents and advocates are asking, will officials learn from the missteps of 1984? Literally 1984, to ensure the health and safety of its most vulnerable residents? I want to go all out during the Olympics, so we give a good impression to visitors, Los Angeles City Council member Gilbert Lindsay said in August 1983, after recommending that the city corral its homeless residents in what had historically been known as the Drunk Farm near Saugus. Saugus Dick. Sorry. LAPD breaks ground for Drunk Farm on ex-Benelli Saugus Hilltop from 1952. Break ground for new LA police jail farm on Friday, October 16th, 1952. Ground will be broken at 10 a.m. this Friday for a $2 million, and that's in 1952. $2 million in 1952? $2 million Los Angeles Police Department Rehabilitation Center for alcoholic prisoners at 27,000 Bouquet Canyon Road near Saugus, Police Chief Parker announced Tuesday. LA Police Chief has bad time turning farm dirt. What? From 1952, when Los Angeles Chief of Police Parker took his shovel in hand to turn the first earth for the Los Angeles misdemeanant farm Friday morning, the earth was so hard he could hardly make a dent. What a pussy. Oh my god, dude. Yo, fuck this pig. What a bitch. The fuck? So they got the bulldozer over and scratched enough dirt loose for the chief to conduct his symbolic ceremony. Wow. Wow, you sound like a pussy, bro. Oh my god, bro. I'm in the future literally fucking calling you a bitch right now. Holy shit, you can't do nothing about it too because you're probably dead. Oh my god. Wow, dude. Sucks to suck, dude. Can't even dig a hole? That's crazy, dude. What? Imagine being so bitch made. Damn, bro. We're bagging on you from the future, bro. Holy. Only a small crowd saw the ceremony, which took place on the broad. Listen, you thought on October 23rd, 1952, you thought it was a small crowd, but little did you know that this article would be written in 1952, and fucking decades later in 2024, 216 people would be all reading it and laughing at you right now. Think about that. That's like an L for the ages. Holy fuck, man. Only a small crowd saw the ceremony, which took place on the broad rolling mesa top purchased from W.G. Bonelli, not Bonelli, purchased from Mr. Bonelli himself by the city, where a $2 million installation will ultimately be completed to handle winos from the Los Angeles City Jail. That's crazy. Yo, so the LA City Jail, when the motherfuckers are too drunk, they're like, send them to the fucking drunk farm, dude. Send them over to Saugus, where the chief couldn't dig a hole because he's too bitch made. Following the groundbreaking program, okay, yo, it makes me so happy to know that stupid fucking puns like this have been a thing in local news since for fucking ever, since at least 1952. That makes me so fucking happy. Following this groundbreaking news, work on grading and form construction got underway. This work has continued all week. The farm structures are to be finished first. No date has been set on completion of the program. New drunk farm ready by 54. Damn, I wonder if this place, like, does this building still exist? Like, I need to, I'm this is like history I was completely unaware of. I wonder if it's still there. Relieves overcrowding. Yeah, not like maybe deciding that, hey, maybe we're arresting too many people. This is in the 50s, dude. Damn, that's really interesting. Little LA history. All right, let's finish this. Drunk farm near Saugus. That's crazy. Let them sweat it out in the sun, grow vegetables to eat, and learn a trade, he said. So this motherfucker, Gilbert Lindsay, in August 1983, said, we need to corral motherfuckers, corral the homeless residents, and put them all in this drunk farm, and let them sweat it out in the sun, learn how to grow vegetables to eat, and learn a trade. Essentially, be slaves. Like, literally, yeah. LAPD Commander William Booth told the LA Times that his department liked the council members' way of thinking. Of course! I like the way you think, Gilbert Lindsay. The LAPD, you have the LAPD support, Gilbert. Fuck, man. That's crazy. Oh, shit. LAPD Commander William Booth told the LA Times that his department liked the council members' way of thinking. Quote, not only for the sake of the city, but for the sake of those indigents and winos who are suffering on the streets. That's right. Indigents and winos. Oh, fuck, dude. Oh, shit. Look at this. Look at this shit. Look at these old school ass fucking hogs, dude. That mustache is so... This motherfucker has had multiple legal ones, bro. Wonder what gang this dude was in. Crazy. Captain William Rathburn said the LAPD would have more police officers on the streets of Los Angeles than at any time in the city's history. Holy fuck, dude. Imagine thinking about that and being like, yeah, that's a good thing. Yeah, I like the sound of that. That sounds good. That sounds good. LA didn't resurrect its drunk farm, thank God. But it was around that same time that the city council members drafted laws to limit, well, let's not get it twisted, by the way. They may have not resurrected the drunk farm in Saugus, but, you know, people regularly get murdered by the police in drunk tanks, in holding cells, at police departments and stations, all over California. We covered recently, the fucking murder of somebody who was held in a drunk tank, who was subjected to multiple flashbangs and multiple tear gas grenades and a fucking full suited up squad of hogs to go in and beat his ass until he died recently, So don't get it twisted. You know what I mean? This drunk farm might not exist, but the drunk tanks are still a thing and people still do fucking die in those things, man. But it was around that time that city council members drafted laws to limit people's access to public space and control where they could live and sleep. Damn, dude, it's like you could literally, if you told me this was an article talking about stuff happening in 2024, like I would just believe you. You know what I'm saying? Like this is 1984. It's just kidding. It's just worse. It's just like on top of this, on top of the expansion of the police state that happened in 1984, we plan on expanding it further. In 1982, the powers that be passed a law prohibiting, quote, the use of streets for habitation. The ordinance barred anyone from using vehicles parked on the streets as, quote, as living quarters. In 1984, 6 months before the games, council members put a law on the books that banned sleeping on bus benches. In 1984, or August 1984, one homeless man told the LA Times, before the Olympics, it wasn't so bad. Now they really treat us like dirt. And it wasn't just the homeless who were targeted, as the city tried to spruce up its streets. According to one news report, a special task force made up of about 135 vice officers was created in June 1984 to crack down on prostitution. Over a 5-week period leading up to the games, some 1,000 people were arrested on suspicion of prostitution-related charges. Suspicion. Even if it was beyond suspicion. Let me tell you, like, sex work is obviously sex work is fucking work. Sex work is fucking work, and an attack on sex workers is an attack on homelessness. Is attack on the generally the working class, but generally because of capitalism and the situations, the living conditions that the material conditions that most of us are subjected to, is also a war on poverty and the most vulnerable amongst us. Mogus. Wow, a tank. Yeah, well, yesterday we talked about that article. Hold up. What was my last chat? It was this article, which this picture here, here, let me read the caption. In 1985, LAPD used a 14-foot battering ram affixed to an armored vehicle procured during the 1984 Summer Olympics to smash through the front of a Pacoima home. It nearly missed 2 women and 3 children who were inside eating ice cream. So this, fuck, god damn it. Oh, whoa, look at this. This is like the actual piece of film. Wait, that's fucking awesome. What the fuck? That's actually kind of crazy. Anyway, but yeah, this fucking thing right here was acquired by the LAPD because it might, they might need it during the Olympics. And when they didn't need it in the Olympics, they kept it afterwards. Right? And how did they end up using it? Almost skewering an entire family while they were fucking eating ice cream. And you know, I brought up the example of like the bomb trucks being used to dispose of fireworks in a South LA neighborhood, and that bomb truck blowing the fuck up, and most of that neighborhood is still displaced now. A lot of those people are still not back in their homes this many years later. You know? Like, what? How does the LAPD end up using these toys that they get? Like this. So yeah, like this tank. Imagine the trauma for the kids. Fuck. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how you would ever trust a police officer ever again in your life. You know what I'm saying? Like after that. Oh shit, did I close my window? Whoops. One sec. Dun, 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 dun. Here it is. Cool. Yeah, I guess let's get back into this article. Okay, I can't see chat. My computer's fucking tripping right now, bro. Why you tripping, bro? So, yeah, look at this fucking shit. These are the fucking... They painted this shit black, slapped LAPD on it, and then drove it through a fucking family's house in Pacoima. Fuck, dude. Oh, shit. Let's see. And it wasn't just the homeless who were targeted as the city tried to spruce up its streets. According to one news report, a special task force made up of about 135 vice officers was created in June 1984 to crack down on prostitution. Yo, Bandito, thank you so much for gifting to J Loss. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Now we're at 5 out of 25 for the daily sub goal because of Bandito. Very, very kind. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. Over a 5-week period leading up to the game, some 1,000 people were arrested on suspicion of prostitution-related charges. An operation of epic proportions is how Gannett News described security measures for the 1984 Olympics. As many as 20,000 security guards and police officers from dozens of departments and agencies were stationed at venues, practice facilities, and Olympic villages. We'll have more police officers on the streets of Los Angeles than at any time in the history of the city, LAPD Captain William Rathburn told the news outlet. Los Angeles Herald Examiner photo dated January 1st, 1984. LAPD has acquired 2 armored personnel transport vehicles to use in case of possible terrorist attacks during the Olympic Games. So yeah, no terrorist attacks, but there were definitely families, you know what I mean, and children eating ice cream on their couch watching TV, you know, who we could use this on. Real life footage of the event.
It sounds so weird. Wait, I'm scared. No, I promise you I won't go out. Tell me what to do, baby.
Oh my god. Straight through the fucking house. Holy shit. LAPD, open up. Yeah, it was just like that. Yeah, no, where did you find this archival footage of 1984 Los Angeles? That's crazy. Fuck, dude, it's too real, man. How did they fly through the entire house and hit another road? That's fucking insane. Who had the right of way? Yeah. Anyway. So stupid. Moving on. Los Angeles had a good reason to be concerned about public safety in the wake of the massacre at the 1972 Munich Olympics, where 11 Israeli athletes were killed by Palestinian gunmen who snuck into the Olympic Village. The LAPD and the FBI were focused on thwarting terrorist threats. This didn't just mean increased staffing. Documents that historian Max Felker Cantor obtained through a Public Records Act request show that with the help from the federal government, which is what we talked about a lot yesterday in the article from yesterday that I shared in the chat, with help from the federal government, the LAPD acquired a slew of military grade equipment, including specialized armor to protect helicopters from gunfire, flashbang grenades, which is, like I said, has been used to fucking kill people in drunk tanks in recent news, ballistic helmets, an armored emergency rescue vehicle, which was used to burst through the fucking home of a family member and almost killed 3 children who were eating ice cream at the time, and high-powered binoculars. High-powered binoculars. Hell yeah. I'm honestly not too mad at the high-powered binoculars. Whatever. Let them have their high-powered binoculars. Actually, you know what? No. They will absolutely fucking do some creepy shit with that. I take that back. Typical weak-ass matchstick American House. Cops playing Gundam. Damn. Don't give the cops any ideas, dude. They might... they might fucking, enter into a fucking deal, into a deal with a Japanese like fucking mecha company, for LAPD Gundams. Fucking never know, man. When you die to a cop playing Kool-Aid, man, fuck, man, fuck, dude. All right. Gannett reported other equipment in the Olympic security arsenal included, quote, a sky full of height-seeing helicopters. Okay. I don't know why I thought that was going to be a weird use of that word. A sky full of night seeing. I thought it was going to, for some reason, I didn't read all the way forward, and in my peripheral vision, I thought this said like binoculars again. So I was like, oh, on top of the high-powered binoculars, we have a sky full of night vision binoculars, but night-seeing helicopters. And silencer-equipped submachine guns, especially important. The New York Times reported that it looked and sounded like a battle zone. I mean, as somebody who lives in Los Angeles and is no fucking stranger to the fucking ghetto bird flying over fucking constantly, I can only imagine. It's unclear how much of that equipment was actually put to use during the Olympics. It's also unclear how much of it the LAPD kept, but it did retain at least some of the lethal cash. In 1985, the LAPD used an armored vehicle. Okay, we're probably going to talk about what we just talked about in that other article, Torched LA article. In 1985, the LAPD used an armored vehicle acquired during the Olympics to blast into a Pacoima home. The converted military V-100 had been used during the Vietnam War. They couldn't catch any W's in Vietnam, so they brought it back and caught W's against, Angelinos. Oh man, they couldn't win in fucking, in Vietnam, so they were like, fuck it, we're taking this shit to the streets of LA. Dude. Was used during the Vietnam War and was outfitted with a 14-foot battering ram, according to the LA Times. The message has to go out. If you don't want a battering ram breaking down your wall, chat, and SWAT coming through your doors, don't deal dope. Then Chief Daryl Gates said, the raid turned up a small amount of marijuana and no guns. Small amount of marijuana. Yeah, if you don't want your children being skewered with a 14-foot battering ram attached to a tank that was used in Vietnam, then you shouldn't have a small amount of marijuana in your home. Insane. In 1984, the biggest concern about hosting the Olympics wasn't the treatment of homeless residents or amped up security. It was money. City Council member Bob Ronka Ronka W, was so concerned the games would financially ruin Los Angeles that he helped force a citywide vote on a charter amendment that essentially guaranteed public money wouldn't finance the games. It passed 74-26. Not only was the economy weak, there was a housing shortage and an affordability crisis of unprecedented proportions. Damn, chat, this sounds like exactly what we're dealing with right now in Los Angeles to fucking day, but so much worse. Also, hi from way up in NorCal. Hello. The worst version of the Kool-Aid, man. Yeah. That's too bad for me. I make a point to keep a small amount of weed at my home at all times. I mean, listen, me too, man, except maybe not small. I wouldn't probably say small. Actually, no. When it comes to like what justifies putting a 14-foot battering ram through your fucking wall while you're eating ice cream with children, actually, yeah, I only always ever have a small amount of marijuana on me. Okay, an ounce or less. An ounce or less. Literally the war on drugs. And listen, I would like to talk about that some more from truthout.org. After this, I would like to look at this article. UN expert calls for an end to the failed US-led global war on drugs. Yeah, but not yet. We must. Is it illegal in LA? No, it's very legal. It's very legal in Los Angeles. Otherwise, I wouldn't be saying that openly. Speaking of which, cheers. Okay, let's finish up what we're talking about. It passed 74-26. Not only was the economy weak, let me snooze the ads real quick. Hold on. Snoozed. Not only was the economy weak, there was a housing shortage and an affordability crisis, quote, of unprecedented proportions. According to Welch, rents skyrocketed more than 50%. Okay, if you don't think that that's going to happen again, I don't know what to fucking tell you, fam. Like, rent is already too goddamn high in LA as it is. Okay, let me tell you. I barely scrape by, you know what I'm saying? I barely fucking am able to just like afford to pay all my bills as somebody who lives in not a great area either in LA. You know what I'm saying? Like, I live in the hood, and still how much? I mean, it depends on where you're talking. But yeah. Rents skyrocketed more than 50% between 1980 and 1990. So get ready for that to happen again, okay? Between 2024 and fucking, 2032. The county's unemployment rate was 9.7% in 1983 and 7.9% in 1984, according to the Bureau of Labor Statistics. Those factors, combined with cuts to welfare services nationally and locally, caused LA's homeless population to swell in the 1980s. Yes, famously, Ronald Reagan existed. According to a 2007 report, she co-authored on ending homelessness in Los Angeles. The team of researchers who wrote the report also found the crisis was fueled by rising healthcare costs, the crack cocaine epidemic, and a, quote, rapid growth in the number of residents who were uninsured. There wasn't a clear definition for homeless at the time or a standard way of measuring the homeless population. But according to Walsh, the number of homeless people in Los Angeles County on any given night in 1984 was between 36,800 and 59,100. Damn. So interesting. We're very interesting. Right now, we're at around 45,000 homeless people in Los Angeles. So we're right smack dab, essentially, in the center of this still. Essentially, we haven't moved. Essentially, we haven't moved the dial very much. Since Inside Safe has been a thing in LA, Karen Bass's Inside Safe, they've been able to house 400 people, which is great, except for the fact that just under 50,000 people are homeless in LA. So nothing has changed, really. Most of them with jobs and families. Yeah, we're also, I don't know if these numbers, like how much, because they're saying that there wasn't a clear definition for homeless at the time. And even still to this day, a lot of the time, the invisible homeless are very undercounted, but are said to make up like something like 40% of the homeless population nationwide. Are people who are living in their cars but have jobs and like whatever, who are couch surfing and things like that. The people that aren't like the visible homeless that you think of when you think of places like Skid Row and shit like that. So I don't know how much of those numbers from 1984 consider that, and even still to this day, I don't know how much, how undercounted those people are, which I have to assume is very undercounted. Yeah. Damn Reagan for existing. Thanks for seizing that. The most base thing he ever did, old Max. Right? Was that last part. Okay, let's continue on. Today, those numbers are, despite a booming economy, tragically similar. Okay, there you go. 53,195 people in LA County are homeless. Okay, so this is as of 2018. They're saying 53,000 people in LA County are homeless. Also, this is considering LA County, not just Los Angeles City. So there's also that. Are homeless, and the vast majority, 39,826, are not in shelters. Nowhere else in the United States is the number of unsheltered residents so high, which there you go. That's the reason why we're so well known for our homelessness issue here in the United States. Yes, but in LA. Yeah, nowhere in the United States is the number of unsheltered residents so high. We still have a crisis of major proportions, says Walsh. The drivers, she says, are the same: an extreme housing shortage and a welfare state that has become increasingly frail, shredded, really. Yes. And you can think largely, guess what? Democrats for that in California. Now, though the city of Los Angeles has the money to solve the crisis, the state and local economies are thriving, and LA constituents have voted to tax themselves to pay for housing and services for the homeless, but lawmakers still lack political will to fix it. As one United Nations official said last December, this is in 2018, after touring Skid Row, LA's homelessness crisis is a tragic indictment of community and government policies. That's one of the reasons why a local movement of anti-Olympics organizers largely focused on social justice issues are trying to stop the games from coming to the city. Yes, incredibly based. No Olympics 28, and all of these orgs are very important. Most Angelenos dread this. The working class, I should really specifically point to. Working class Angelenos do not want this. We all know what this is going to do for traffic. We all know what this is going to do for housing costs. We all know what this is going to do for small business owners who are getting pushed out of areas because of gentrification, and also that goes also, like I said, for housing. Angelenos don't want increased policing. You know what I'm saying? We vote over and over and over again. Otherwise, yeah, this will make the everyday reality for working class Angelenos fucking nightmare. Okay, already, today, do you have to drive 2 hours, in traffic over 5 potholes to get to a job you fucking hate all the way across LA, and then 2 hours back again over the same potholes again, to where you get to sleep and eat, and that's it. You don't get to have a life. You just we already shit is fucking miserable for the average everyday working class Angelino. This is going to just make our lives fucking miserable. Fucking hell. Let's see. It's Its members say the games will further strengthen the military apparatus of the LAPD and accelerate gentrification and displacement. The platform listed on the website insists on homes, not games. What is this? Is this an extra article? What's happening here? Or just like a separate section? Yeah, I guess so. Where am I? Okay, we have 6 minutes until the ads run, so I gotta speed run it. 10 years from now, when Los Angeles shows itself off again on the world stage, this was in 2018, authorities will have two options, says Jody Armour, a law professor at USC who studies crime and culture. They could opt for a more cosmetic approach, he says, or they could do something concrete and substantive that addresses the lack of affordable housing and the lack of adequate jobs and mental health services. To an extent, those cosmetic changes benefited some neighborhoods in '84. At the time, Antonia Ikung lived in North University Park, just north of the Coliseum. She helped write grant applications for summer jobs, programs for local kids to plant flowers and cover up graffiti. One junior high school, she said, painted new murals under freeway overpasses that remained in place until about 8 years ago. The students got a chance to display their artwork and do something for the community that they could feel proud of, Ikung says. That was a bright spot in what was otherwise a heavy-handed approach to polishing the city's image that included pushing homeless people aside and saturating streets with police officers, something LA had in common with other American cities hosting big sporting events, from the 1996 Summer Olympics in Atlanta to Super Bowl 50 in San Francisco. If Los Angeles wants to break that mold in 2028, historian Felker Cantor says, local officials need to ask, can the police operations look less like an occupying force? Well, here's the thing. That's what the police are. That is what the police are. That is literally the very concept of the police force and their presence in communities. That's what that is. Okay, so it's like you can, can the police operations look less like an occupying force? Yes, definitely. But like, does that make them less of an occupying force is a question you must ask yourself. And he adds, they need to do more than host community meetings. True. In the lead up to the 1984 games, the Inner City Law Center filed multiple claims against the city, accusing it of conducting illegal search and seizures of homeless residents. The response to homelessness is more positive now, Jones said, but there are worrisome signs that homelessness continues to be treated as a crime and a blight. Yeah, Pepe La, these motherfuckers have no idea what's coming for them. Like in 2018, yeah, I have the benefit of being, 6 years, existing 6 years in the future from when this article was written. Yeah. They're very Pepe La, in 2018. There was a little bit more hope, still coming out of the Bernie, the everybody feeling the burn in 2016. You know what I'm saying? It was still 2 years into the Trump administration. Everybody was very, very, hashtag resist, right? So I don't know. A little bit more of a hopeful time, which is interesting to think about how fucking horrible things have gotten. Worrisome signs that homelessness continued to be treated as crime and blight. The UN report noted that in Skid Row, there have been 6,696 arrests of homeless people between 2011 and 2016. In Koreatown, residents are busy trying to block an emergency shelter from being built on a parking lot. Fuck those fucking NIMBYs. Okay, from the past, NIMBYs of the past, fuck you from the future. And Los Angeles Mayor Eric Garcetti, fuck you, get fucked, has recently said he is considering reinforcing an old ban on sleeping overnight on sidewalks. It's an honor to host the Olympics, but we have to rise to a recognition that everyone in our city is a neighbor, Jones said. We need to provide real solutions to poverty and homelessness and not just make people disappear because it's convenient. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, good article from 2018. Like I said, they don't know They don't know what's coming for them in 2020. You know what I'm saying? How 2020 will be used to increase, expand the police state. And now how, 4 years later from 2020 and 2024, we're seeing, pro-Palestine, the pro-Palestine movement being used as the, the reason for the expansion of the police state. And in the next 4 years in LA, we're going to be seeing the Olympics being, that is again as well. We're in a really shit spot right now, you guys. Like, I don't know how to put this, in New York City and in LA and in other places in between, but like in recent news in New York City and LA, the police state is expanding at a fucking unprecedented rate, like exponentially faster than it ever has. Community is important. Community is important, and fostering it at any cost, at all, like any and all costs, like it's the most important thing. Mutual aid is going to be the thing that keeps us, that keeps people safe. Straight up, going forward, straight up. So forming community wherever possible, maintaining that community, fostering it, nurturing it, however possible, wherever possible, should be on your top priority. Maintaining awesome spaces like this on the internet and awesome IRL spaces like the Robinson space, very important. Extremely important. So like when your fellow leftists, you have disagreements with your fellow leftists, out-organize, okay? Out-organize, identify where the justifiable hierarchies are, you know what I mean? And act accordingly. You know what I'm saying? Do what needs to be done. Help each other out. Chat, there's an ad break starting right now. I'm so sorry, but I have to run it. It's about to run anyway. I already snoozed it too long. If you want to avoid the ad, you just got to subscribe for $5 or for free with the Twitch Prime. Or maybe if you're feeling generous enough and you already have a sub, consider upgrading your sub to tier 2 or tier 3, or gifting a sub to one of our unsubbed friends in the chat like Crazy Man or Old Max or somebody else. If you are one of those unsubbed friends, say hi. If you're lurking, put an emote in the chat. Okay, you can also gift bits or a dono. Donos are cool because they go straight into my wallet and I could use it on DoorDash tonight to feed myself. If you enjoy the content, if you enjoy the stream, please do consider supporting, because this is my main source of income, and it'll help me continue to do this full time. I'll be back in 3 minutes. BRB. Oh, also here's the article. Already posted it. Whatever. All right. We're back. Thanks for waiting. Thanks for chilling through the ads. If you had to sit through some bullshit ads, I'm sorry. I appreciate that. Thanks for doing it. It's a good way to support the stream, even if you don't have any money to throw my way. Speaking of money to throw my way, Triple Z Sleeps, thank you so much for getting to not old max level. Thank you so much. And also Darank Dank, thank you for gifting to Crazy Man 411. Let's fucking go. Thank you so much. Very, very kind. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Oh, hey, it's Round Girl. What's up? Good morning, good ghosties. Good morrow, good ghosties. What's up, Kayla? What's up, Intifada? Whoa, that was loud. I would endure ads for you, Tofu no homo. I would endure the ads for you guys, chat. All kinds of homo. How about that? Very homo. All right. So we just read this article from LA Curved. I put it in the chat. I'll share it again just in case nobody got it. I wish more people would talk about this. You know what I'm saying? This shit is important. Shit is important. Oh yeah, this is so crazy. This like drunk farm from the 50s in LA is crazy. I had no idea that this was a thing. I learned something today. The ex Benelli Saugus Hilltop. Very interesting. All right, how are we doing on time? 12:34. Dun, 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 dun. I had face lasers today and it wasn't excruciating, so W. That's fucking huge W. That means that it's probably, you know, a lot of the hair is not growing back, right? Because it hurts when you have hair to explode. I need to start going back, man. I've just been so broke. So it's just like an extra cost. But I need to start doing laser again. I started it again and then, you know, I got broke again. Such is life, you know. All right, let's see. Let's skip that. I'm not interested in this. Do 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 do. Remove. All right, let's look at Kenya. Let's look at a couple things on what's going on in Kenya. Yeah, we're gonna skip this piece here. Oh fuck, I fucked up the playlist. God damn it. YouTube, fix your fucking fucking me up, bro. Crazy. Did I fuck it up? Where's the... Sorry, chat, 1 second. My playlist is all out of order now. Dun, 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 dun. Where did the Kenya... Oh, there it is. Okay, got it.
Back from this Twitch, baby.
Let's go. Thank you so much for 7 months, Kayla. I really appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Chat, oh no, we're not anymore. We were close to a hype train, but no longer. All good. Thank you so much though for the support. I really appreciate it. You scrambled it. Why would you do that? How could you do that? All right, let's look at some pieces from Reuters on the situation in Kenya.
Several protesters were shot dead outside Kenya's parliament on Tuesday.
Very low volume.
Several protesters were shot dead outside Kenya's parliament on Tuesday amid demonstrations against proposed tax hikes. Inside, Kenyan lawmakers had, at its second reading, approved the contentious finance bill that seeks to raise $2.7 billion in revenues. Opposition to the legislation had brought thousands onto the streets across the country. Police were overwhelmed by protesters as they attempted to
He had a
storm the
seat and everything.
compound. Flames could be seen coming from inside. Police opened fire after tear gas and water cannon failed to disperse the crowds.
Oh, so they just started killing people? Oh, that's
The
cool.
protesters opposed tax
Oh, that's cool. They wouldn't disperse, so we killed them.
rises in a country already reeling from a cost of living crisis. Many are now calling for President William Ruto to step down.
And I want to tell this government, we gave you the entry, we are going to show you the exit. Mr. President, watch us.
Ruto has been caught between the competing demands of the population and lenders like the International Monetary Fund, which is urging the government to cut deficits to access more funding.
Fuck taxes? I mean, fuck taxes for, you know, the actual working class. Absolutely. However, as far as I know, there are people out there who have billions of dollars, and I want to tax the fucking shit out of them. I want to tax them so hard. I want to tax them so fucking hard that they aren't even real anymore. I want to tax billionaires until there is literally no more billionaires. There shouldn't be. There should not be billionaires. So how do we do that? Well, we take it. We take it. We take the money.
Kenya's heavy debt burden, with interest payments alone consuming 37% of annual revenue. The government has already made some concessions with the bill, which was sent for a third reading on Tuesday. That includes promising to scrap proposed new taxes on bread, cooking oil, car ownership, and financial transactions. But that has not been enough to satisfy.
It's interesting seeing this unrest in the shadow of like American fucking fast food ads and shit.
Transactions. But that has not been enough to satisfy protesters.
All right, one more. Oh, okay, that's kind of loud. Now they want to turn up the volume on this one. It says graphic content, so beware. Let's see. I mean, what? There's things on fire? Is that graphic content? Oh, that doesn't look good. Okay, right off the bat, it looks like.
Scenes of chaos in Nairobi.
Okay, I thought I turned it down. How is the last Reuters video so dramatically lower? Holy shit, dude.
On Tuesday, after protests against higher taxes turned deadly. Video showed some bodies lifeless in the street after police fired on demonstrators trying to storm the legislature, killing at least 5 people and wounding dozens more.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I'm here to address you.
Footage obtained by Reuters showed some protesters inside Kenya's National Assembly chamber, demanding the resignation of Kenya's President William Ruto. In a televised address to the nation, Ruto said the security of Kenyans remained his utmost priority and blamed the violence on, quote, dangerous criminals.
Today, Kenya experienced an unprecedented attack on its democracy, rule of law, and the integrity of its constitutional institutions. An otherwise legitimate expression of the fundamental rights and freedoms of assembly, demonstration, picketing, and petitioning of public authorities by a section of law-abiding citizens of the Republic of Kenya was infiltrated and hijacked by a group of organized criminals.
Earlier, protests...
I mean, it's the same thing. It's the same rhetoric every time, no matter where you are. It's always like there's this concept of outside agitators. Listen, we support their right to express themselves and whatever like that. It's just that there's elements within the group that seek to ramp things up or like whatever the fuck.
Overwhelmed security forces after Kenyan lawmakers approved legislation to raise taxes. Police opened fire after tear gas and water cannons failed to disperse the crowds. Sections of the parliament building were set ablaze. Local media said lawmakers were evacuated through an underground tunnel. Protests and clashes also took place in several other cities and towns across Kenya. In the coastal city of Mombasa, protesters voiced their opposition to the tax hikes.
The taxes are so high. We are being taxed our salary, and any other thing that you are going to buy with the little that you are remaining with is also taxed.
We are fighting for ourselves because our future is in our own hands. If actually we let them direct us on how we're going to, on how they're going to direct in this country, it's going to be war unto us, and we're not going to let that happen.
Later on Tuesday, Kenya's defense minister said the army had been deployed to help the police deal with a security emergency, which had resulted in the destruction and breaching of critical infrastructure. The finance bill aims to raise an additional $2.7 billion in taxes, part of an effort to lighten Kenya's heavy debt load, with interest payments alone consuming 37% of annual revenue. In Washington, the White House said the United States was closely monitoring the situation in Nairobi and urging calm.
Interesting stuff. What's up, Nori? Yeah, Triple Z. Okay. Let's look at this before we look at other stuff. Free Palestine. Free Palestine! Can you believe it? Can you believe it, folks? It is Friday once again. Nori, I know you didn't mean it that way, but I would probably refrain from referring to bowman like that. That could be misconstrued. I know you don't mean it that way, but maybe let's not refer to them like that. That could be taken in a really bad way that I'm sure you don't mean. You know? Yeah. Northern Ireland is 30 plus years into a peace process, and one side is still like, don't look at our achievements when you vote, just don't let those other ones in. One side is still like, don't look at our achievements when you vote, just don't let those other ones in. I mean, yeah, sounds about right. Sounds about right. Here, I'll do it for you, Nori. Boom. There you go. Boom, 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 boom. Alrighty. Hope you're doing good though, Nori. What's good? Let's look at this article from truthout.org. UN expert calls for an end to the failed US-led global war on drugs. Thought this was interesting, and we didn't have time to read it yesterday. Human rights advocates applauded Tlaleng Mofokeng's recommendations to adopt an approach focused on harm reduction. The global war on drugs led by the United States has been a costly and destructive failure that must be terminated and replaced by an approach focused on harm reduction, an independent United Nations expert said on Monday. Tlaleng Mofokeng, the UN's special rapporteur on the right to health, wrote in a report delivered to the Human Rights Council that since the 1970s, the global war has heavily criminalized and stigmatized the production, distribution, and consumption of psychoactive drugs, with devastating effects across the globe and particularly in the global south. While the existing international legal framework on drug control has propelled the criminalization of drug use, naming addiction to drugs as an evil that states must combat, Mofokeng continued, the risk of harsh punishment has not served as the deterrent to drug use, and draconian drug laws and policies have resulted in the violation of various human rights, including the right to health, with a disproportionate impact on people who have been made the most vulnerable. Mofokeng, a South African physician, noted that the drug war has, quote, negatively affected the availability, accessibility, acceptability, and quality of certain drugs used as medicines. As an alternative to incarceration and other punitive drug policies, Mofokeng urged nations to, quote, decriminalize the use, possession, purchase, and cultivation of drugs for personal use, and roll out, quote, harm reduction services such as needle exchange programs and opioid substitution treatment for those struggling with addiction. Governments should also, quote, decriminalize, repeal, rescind, or amend laws and policies that have a negative impact on the right to health and that perpetuate different systems of oppression, such as racism and colonialism, and ensure that drug law enforcement does not lead to violations of the enjoyment of the right to health, said Mofokeng. Yes. Fucking incredible. Based. Yes. Human rights advocates applauded the UN the UN experts' recommendations. I mean, this kind of shit is popular. This kind of shit is popular. And in a lot of other nations, this kind of shit is a thing. Literally sounds like you're saying motherfucking. I know. We all know. I didn't want to make the joke. I'm not Yeah. It sounds like I'm saying motherfucking. Yeah, I know. I wasn't gonna make the joke. Mofoking, more like Mofo King. True. That's true. They have a cool ass name and they have cool ass fucking opinions on harm reduction. So I fuck with it. I am Pupusama, dude. Almost as cool as Pupusama's name. You know, like Mo fucking Pupusama. How about that? His name is awesome. That's right. That's right. Human rights advocates applauded the UN experts' recommendations. Erica Guevara Rosas, Amnesty International Senior Director for Research, Advocacy, Policy, and Campaigns, said in a statement that, quote, this is a bold and urgent call on governments worldwide to finally abandon the manifestly failed policies of the so-called war on drugs. For over 6 decades, this ill-conceived approach to public health has not only failed to reduce the use and supply of drugs, it's almost like it was never meant to do that, by the way. Like, I know they would never say this at the UN, but it's almost like, you know, drugs have always gone north and guns have always gone south. You know, like, it's kind of perfect. It's kind of the perfect deal, you guys. Like, the permanent underclass is necessary to, to continue this capitalist project, this capitalist experiment, you know? So consider this. For over 6 decades, this ill-conceived approach to public health has not only failed to reduce the use and supply of drugs, it has also resulted in widespread human rights violations, violence, mass incarceration, ding, 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 suffering, and abuse across the globe, affecting disproportionately people from historically marginalized communities, said Guevara Rosas. This report powerfully highlights that another way is possible. Focusing on harm reduction, treatment, and social support has proven the benefits of putting human rights at the center of drug policies. The United States has spent over $1 trillion fighting the war on drugs, which the Nixon administration launched in the early 1970s. In recent years, the US and European governments have used chunks of their international aid budgets to fight the drug war internationally, fueling militarization and deadly violence in Latin America and elsewhere. There you go. Between 2012 and 2021, rich governments devoted nearly $1 billion in their international aid budgets to fighting the drug war, according to an analysis released last year by Harm Reduction International. More than half of that aid money came from the United States of motherfucking mofokin America. The Guardian reported in September that the U.S. has, quote, hugely increased the amount of international aid spent on narcotics control under President Joe Biden. Really? Who has faced criticism from rights groups for extending punitive drug war policies. Damn. Motherfucker did the fucking crime bill, right? The infamous 90s crime bill. And here he is, the president of the whole ass president of the United States of America in 2024, the year of our Lord and Savior, hugely increasing the amount of international aid spent on narcotics control. When, I don't know, maybe it could be used on like continuing to fund agencies like UNRWA and the World Food Program and things like this. Like, I don't know, maybe it could be used to rebuild the infrastructure of fucking Gaza for the Gazans because, we destroyed it. No, you need to continue to spend billions of dollars on killing brown people in the global south to maintain to maintain hegemony, to maintain a permanent underclass, to continue capitalism. Anyway, many lives have been sacrificed, and it's time to stop wasting resources, Guevara Rosa said Monday. Governments must consign the, quote, war on drugs to history and start implementing all the recommendations outlined in this report. This includes decriminalizing personal use, possession, cultivation, and acquisition of drugs, and moving towards the effective regulation of drugs to ensure legal and safe access for those authorized. Incredibly fucking based. Incredibly based. This shit matters a lot to me and to people, just period. I say this all the time. Harm reduction, if you are not focused on harm reduction, I don't know what you're focused on right now. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're focused on electoralism, like what? Like, well, I don't know. I mean, you could even apply harm reduction in that context as well, if we're, being real. But if you're not focused on harm reduction, I don't know what you're focused on. This is really good, especially to be coming from the UN and hearing many international leaders applauding this and thinking it's good. And, that's awesome. That's awesome. There are people who know what's up and what needs to be done. And there are people advocating for it. And we just need, this kind of stuff can very easily be, maybe I shouldn't say very easily, but can absolutely be done on the local level. This is why being involved in and aware and participating in local politics, in voting down ballot is extremely important, and you maybe even running for office yourself, because you can get people in local city governments and things like this who support harm reduction, and you can directly affect in a positive way the most vulnerable around you in your city, wherever you are. I love that you actually read the articles and stuff. Good to lurk to. Hell yeah. What's up, Candy Husband? Good to have you. Thanks for lurking. We love our lurkers. But yeah, I thought this was really cool and a good article from Truth Out. So if you would like it, here it is for you. There it is for you. Okay, now let's cap off some news. Let's cap off our news. Damn, dude, look at this. It's only 1 and we're gonna be done with news. Wow, what a special day it is for us, chat. Elden Ring time? You fucking think so? Nah, everybody's been really hyped that for some reason. Well, no, I kind of get it. That I haven't been doing Elden Ring because everybody is doing Elden Ring, obviously. So the one place where people in our greater political community on Twitch and stuff is not gaming. People are oh god, there's somebody here talking about politics, thank god. But I don't know, I mean, I kind of want to, I said before, yesterday I got hella FOMO. I just said that I also said yesterday that, man, I don't know if I think I need to be honest with myself and maybe realize that I'm not cut out for Souls games. My oasis in the desert. Yeah. There you go. I would talk more, but I have a bad habit of saying dumb stuff. Me too. What's up, Mobius? You're good. Lurking is cool. We love our lurkers. Lurking is cool. I say dumb shit all the time. All good. Everyone's blown their ring out. Everyone's blown their ring out. So they come to Tofu to relax. What happened to their... Hey, yo. Everybody good? They said what they said. Don't give in to peer pressure. Gaming. I would talk more, but I have... Oh, that's... Yeah, you're good. No worries. We love our lurkers. This day has sucked ass for me. Oh, I'm sorry, Stoudman. Sorry your days sucked, but it's good to have you here. For whatever it's worth, it's good to, you know, see you in the chat and stuff. When Tofu finally beats Elden Ring, I can finally be released from my mortal coil. Yeah. Round Girl can finally fucking... The moment I beat, like, I fell the final boss, Round Girl will literally fucking, like, dissipate into a fog just like an Elden Ring boss. The sound and everything, and go... I'll never release you. You're fucking doomed to spend an eternity in this mortal coil. Sweet release. Yeah, I'm gonna see to it that you live forever. I will beat Elden Ring in 3 years from now for the first time, and I'll never touching it again. I'm gonna grind through pauses and level up and win. Wait, are you barring up right now? That's crazy. That's crazy. I'm fighting a war in Mari chat for her to play Baldur's Gate instead of Elden Ring. She should absolutely play Baldur's Gate over Elden Ring. Going straight from Stardew to a Souls game. Listen, as somebody who is like I'm saying, is coming to the realization that maybe like I'm, you know, maybe I'm not really cut out for this whole Souls game shit. Maybe I'm not Elden Lord material, you know what I'm saying? Maybe I'm doomed to be maidenless, you know, for the rest of my days. You know what I'm saying? But hey, maybe Mari's like fucking goated girl gamer and can fucking, you know, beat all the bosses that I can't fucking beat, no problem. So, hey. I'm fighting a war for her to play Elden Ring because it'd be so funny. It would really be funny. That would be really funny because it is so hectic. She would scream. She would scream, and it would be content. Tofu, you're more of a Katamari Damacy kind of gamer. I feel like y'all have said that in the chat before, or like I know what that is or something, but I don't know what it is like actually off the top of my head. Or I've heard of it. Tofu is more of a Dream Daddy over Souls Gal. Yeah, Dream Daddy. Yeah. See, I couldn't even finish that game. You know, real ones know. You know, people with fucking founders badges, you know, were there. I played a couple songs for the soundtrack. Oh, the Damacy Katamari. That. Okay, yeah, I remember. Yeah. I beat Elden Ring 3 times and got all the achievements. I was glad I was finished, and then the DLC came out. You're like, finally, I have slain this beast. I can leave this in my past and move on with my life. No. And I've heard that it's like really hard. Okay, I know it's really fucking hard, and this is what made me realize that I may not be cut out for this shit. When I was watching, I said this story yesterday, but like for anybody who wasn't here yesterday, I watched Nandre play 2 days ago. And Nandre was on the last boss in the DLC. I'm pretty sure it was. And dude, it looks so hard. It's like, holy shit, it looks so hard. It looks so fucking hard. I don't know. I don't think I can handle it, dude. I really don't. And then he was like watching videos of other people beating it, and they were like insane. They were like insane, moving in ways that I didn't even know was possible in fucking Elden Ring, and like killed that final boss in like 3 minutes. It was like one of them was like 2 minutes and 40 something seconds. They felled the great enemy or whatever the fuck. I was like, I could never be her, you know? Souls players be like, just don't get hit, right? Have you considered dodging or like I guess? I don't know, man. You're supposed to die over and over. That's the fun part. Yeah, for sure. It's the process. Yeah. That's the thing. Once you hit like death number 576, it stops being fun. And it starts being like soul crushing. You know what I mean? It's like, but that's what makes it, when you do win, it feels so good. It feels so fucking good. Face reveal? No. Oh, are you like, you might be new. You might have been new to the stream since I was in my PNG this thing. Oh wait, it's frozen. Great, now I'm frozen. All I did was freeze myself. There we go. It's not working right now, but yeah, I've been a block of tofu every so often when I'm not feeling very happy. But I'm back. I'm me today. Yeah, tofu face reveal. You want a face reveal? Gets up, fucking shows ass, and it's another fucking face. But the soul crushing part is the fun part. Well, that's what I'm saying, is like, it's soul crushing and it ruins your life and it makes you think that maybe I should stop, and then you win. And then you're like, I am God. You're like, I am God. I am God. I am God. Nothing can stop me. So I had no idea this is what you look like. How do you know this is what I look like? It could all just be an elaborate ruse. Dude, it looks so hard. It's like, holy shit, it looks so hard. It looks so fucking hard. I don't know. I don't think I can handle it. And, dude, it looks so hard. It's like, holy shit, it looks so hard. It looks so fucking hard. I don't know. I don't think I can handle it. How are you gonna do this to me, bro? It's like, how are you gonna just fucking do this to me, bro? It looks so fucking hard. I don't know. I don't think I can handle it. And dude, it looks so hard. It's like, holy shit, it looks so hard. Holy shit. It looks so fucking hard. I don't know. I don't think I can handle it. And, dude, it looks so hard. It's like, I don't think I can handle it. Why am I like this, dude? Why am I like this? I make this so, oh, it's so easy for you motherfuckers. I make it so easy for you. Yo, Bill, thank you for gifting to Rad Little Razzie. Thank you so much. Thank you. That's deserved. I make it too fucking easy for you assholes. Fuck, dude. I don't even think about these things. I just... That's really funny. And dude, it looks so hard. It's like, holy shit, it looks so hard. It looks so fucking hard. I don't know. I don't think I can handle it, dude. I can't believe I walked right into that. That's just amazing that I said those words. They can't fucking take me anywhere, man. This is completely unrelated, but Tofu, I saw a video of a guy punching a sandwich so hard, that it fucking exploded. You know, sometimes there's a joke there, but I won't make it. I won't make it. That sounds fun. That sounds cool. I would rather eat the sandwich. A sandwich sounds really good. I'm hungry. I'm starving, actually. Almost like you have practice. You better watch your mouth. She punched my sandwich till it explodes. That's true. She does do that. It's true. If you guys want to buy me a sandwich, and also annoy me with TTS, you know, you can do that. Just reminding you. I should call her. What time is it? 1:07 a.m. We have 22 minutes until the ads. Or no, 18 minutes until the ads. You know what we'll do? Let's run the ad break now and then do all of the Israel-Palestine coverage in one go, so it's not split up by the ad break. And then we'll just do something comfy. We'll just do some fun shit. We'll just do some fun chill reacts. Maybe we'll do gaming. I don't fucking know. Whatever you guys. What do you guys think? What are you guys feeling? I can't do a sandwich, but is a sub okay? Absolutely. I'll take a sub. I'll take a sub. Here are some of my Kaya bucks. 1,000 Kayas. Thank you, Pupusama. Thank you. Oh shit. Oh, sub acquired. Plus one sub. Thank you so much, Foreign Sticks, for gifting to Zingiest Mage 6. Thank you so much. Very generous, very kind of you. Thank you. Banh mi, dude. Banh mi, delicious. I wish what's that place called? I wish Mendocino Farms wasn't so goddamn expensive. I wish it didn't cost your fucking, like, you know, cost your fucking whole paycheck for the month to just get a sandwich.
Mustard
but yo,
Queen _Hapsley donated $3. Greetings, soy heads.
Hey.
Have y'all ever had a vibrator die on y'all midway? It fucking sucks. Anyway, don't forget to put mustard on that dando. Also, try mustard on watermelon. It's kind of fire.
Nah, you're lying.
Contrasts the sweetness so good.
I don't believe you that you eat that. I don't believe you that you... Actually, wait. I've seen the shit you eat, Hapsley. Actually, I've seen the shit you eat. You've shown us the shit that you eat. Maybe you do eat that. Does anybody else fucking eat fucking... No, the answer is gonna be no. But does anybody else put fucking mustard on their watermelon? I eat slop. Yo, Bill Bum, let's give it the 200 bit or no 300 bits. Let's fucking go. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. How about a hype train, chat? How about it? That's funny. Don't take advice from dildo dyers? What? Yes? You lying. I don't believe you. That sounds pretty good, not gonna lie. Y'all are lying. Stop lying. Mustard melon? Ew. Should I put mayo on hot dogs? But I do put mayo. Well, that's normal, no? The Dirty Water Dogs guy does. Musty melon? Yo, sticky monkey flowers with the 100 bits, and then round girl with the gifty to sleepy cat plays. Holy shit, chat. What the fuck? Chat. Is it true? Is it real? Is this that thing that we know and we love? Is it true? Is it really praxis?
You promise.
Yeah. Mustard on a beat, ho. Let's go.
Sometimes I feel like Karl Marx, but that would be dogmatic.
Sipping on his drink, I just spilled it on my fabric.
If you have that knowledge, then you know you need the praxis. Red book on my lap, you can never catch me lacking.
Sometimes I feel like Karl Marx, but that would be dogmatic. Sipping on his drink, I just spilled it on my fabric. Yo, Ink Frog!
Ink Frog donated $15. Go order yourself a yummy sandwich, queen.
Shit, I might fuck around and do exactly that. Thank you, Ink Frog. That's so generous. Yo!
Daranked Inc 523 donated $33. Feed the tofu's boygors.
We're getting fucking boygers. We're getting boygers or some kind of sandwich. It's happening. It's happening. It's fucking happening. Daranked Inc with the 33. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much, you guys. Thank you for those donos. That's so generous of you. Oh my gosh. Thank you guys. I'm buying food. I'm gonna fucking eat it. It's gonna be delicious. Tofu, what is your favorite vegan sando? The one that I order all the time is a club sandwich. I order a vegan club sandwich with potatoes very regularly, with like avocado and like, you know, all the shit. It's fucking fire. Fucking fire. But thank you so much. And also Triple Z Sleeps. Thank you for gifting to Intifada. Thank you so much. Thank you. That's very kind. Let's go. We're running for the top. From the top. Vegan BLTs, so good. I love BLTs, but they need to be fat. That's why I like club sandwiches, because they're like BLTs, but fucking, you know, more. You know what I mean? Like, they're literally club sandwiches like BLT plus. You know? So like, it's more filling. You know, like just one BLT is like, I need like 7 of these, fam. Yo, thank you for the 100 bits, Bound House. Thank you. Yo. Sometimes I feel like Karl Marx, but that would be dogmatic.
Sipping all this drink, I just spilled it on my fabric. If you have that knowledge, then you know you need the praxis.
Bay Stink Frog, thank you so much.
Never catch me lacking. Sometimes I feel like
Karl Marx, but that would be dogmatic. Thank you again, Durang Dank, as well. Thank you guys so much. Thank you, thank you.
If you have that knowledge, then you know
you need the praxis.
Red book on my lap, you can
never catch me lacking.
I don't worship idols.
Man, that shit just be so corny.
I be with the masses, cause the
Rich be so boring. I be on the internet whenever I feel lonely. Rather feel like Che Guevara than ever be Tony. Tell my mama when I grow up.
Sorry, I'm a communist. Take a flight to Cuba.
Roll a blunt right in that bitch.
All up in Jamaica.
Swear you need to see that shit.
She don't wear no makeup. Wanna give me all of it.
Now pay Tofu's rent. Yeah, yeah.
Careful who you talk to, cause they
fed and they be counterfeit.
I switched out the AR
for the AK like a Soviet.
Say I get her high.
Get her high.
Like some
Let's go.
Sometimes I feel like Karl Marx.
I love this song so much. What the hell?
Sipping all this drink, I just spilled it on my fabric. If you have that knowledge, then you know you need the red book on my lap. You can never catch me lacking.
Sometimes I feel like Karl Marx, but that would be dogmatic.
Sipping all this drink, I just spilled it on my fabric. If you have that knowledge, then you know you need the praxis. Red book on my lap, you can never catch me lacking.
Never. You could never catch me lacking, bro. Chat, donate to Tofu's technically and literally is technically and literally. Let's go. That's what I'm talking about. So, would you like ramen? There's a vegan ramen that I want to try, but I'm not vegan. There's a bunch of vegan ramen in LA. Wait, you're still in LA, right? There's a whole bunch. There's like, I mean, fuck. Really good ramen is in Silver Lake at Silver Lake Ramen. Actually, they opened up a new spot in Manhattan Beach too, but it's not like really LA. Silver Lake Ramen, they have also non-vegan ramen, but they have a vegan ramen that is fucking fire. There's also like LA ramen, I think it's called. There's so many ramen spots in LA and they all have a vegan ramen, I swear. Okay, can I simp for a moment? But Tofu be looking like a literal model today. I mean, usually does, but more so today than usual. Oh, I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Yeah, the Silver Lake chains are everywhere. Let me go make myself a sandwich now. Well, what kind of sandwich? Like what? TTS is it's $3. It's $3. Yeah, $3 for TTS. There's a Silver Lake Ramen by my casa in Pasadena. Oh, really? Oh shit. So they really have expanded then. Goddamn. It's in Pasadena too. Yeah, they have really. It's so good. It's really good. But I know that there's a bunch of others. I'm just like blanking on other. I mean, there's tons of ramen spots generally, but there's like a good amount of them that at least have like a vegan ramen there, which is cool. Ham and Swiss on Italian bread, fire. That's fire. Respect. All right. Well, unless you guys want to keep, jamming and or whatever. Oh, looks like the hype train just ended. But thank you so much, chat. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you for all the support. Thank you for all the donos. You're very, very kind. I'm gonna fucking order food on my phone. It's gonna be awesome. It's gonna be delicious. Thank you, thank you. There's one in the downtown LA food court that I want to try. You know what I haven't checked out in a while is the what's it called? What is it called? The market is something fucking. What's the fucking market where it's like? Why am I blinking on its name? It's in downtown. It's like the whole bottom floor of like a building, and it's all like open. And there's a bunch of food places in it, and I'm totally blanking on the fucking name of it. Chat, you Angelinos know what I'm talking about. Grand Central Market. Thank you. Fuck. Jesus. Shit. Love it there. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Okay, word. Yeah. Word. Well, there you go. The Grand Central Market is awesome. It's cool. I haven't been in a while, so I don't know what kind of. I'm from OC. Shut up, bitch. Are you trying to fucking call? Are you trying to take my Angelino card from me, motherfucker? Ooh. How dare you? How dare you? But I haven't been there in a while, and they always have like bomb little vegan spots there. OC's not real LA. It's not LA at all. Fuck out of here. Completely different place. I'm in DSA LA. Infiltrator. Infiltration from OC, from beyond the orange curtain. Wait, you're not in actual LA? Me? I am. Or Nori. Fuck, now I'm really hungry. I'm actually gonna order food here in a second. Goddamn. Oh, and look, the ads are about to start, so that's pretty perfect. Now I have time. Chat. We're gonna run an ad break, and I'm gonna order food. And when we come back, we're gonna finish off our news content, okay? We're gonna finish off our news content with Israel-Palestine, little pieces of Israel-Palestine related news from today, and then we'll just do some fun reacts. I don't know. We'll just watch some shit and we'll just chill. It's 420, says you, East Coaster. Enjoy though. Bowman lost. Yeah, Bowman lost. And you have no one to blame but AIPAC and centrism. AIPAC and centrism. Dude. Yeah. Order food, smoke a joint, relax. I love all three of those things. All three of those things are my favorite things. Plus chat. Time to repack the bong. Based. All right. So I'll give everybody a few minutes to gather themselves. Okay. I'm going to gather myself. I'm going to run an ad break. Then we're going to come back and finish the news and then just do fun shit. If you would like to avoid these ads, all you got to do is subscribe for $5 or for free with a Twitch Prime by connecting your Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account. Or let's say you're already subscribed to the channel and you're feeling generous and you have the means to. Maybe consider upgrading your sub to tier 2 or tier 3 to get access to exclusive emotes, or consider gifting a sub to one of our unsubbed friends in the chat that may not be able to afford a sub this month. You can also throw bits or a dono my way. All of these things help me continue the stream full time. This is my main source of income. So if you enjoy the content, if you enjoy the stream, please do consider supporting. Yo, Llama, have a good night. See you next time. Thanks for hanging. And I'll see you guys in 3 minutes. BRB. Falafel sandwich with fries and like, you know, like tomatoes and cucumbers and hummus and tzatziki. Acquired. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. Come? Yes. Much come. I have finished my ham and cheese. Was it delicious? So tasty? Fuck yeah. I don't know if you heard me, but I'm getting a falafel sandwich that has, you know, hummus, tzatziki, cucumbers, tomatoes, French fries, and falafel on like a big French bread. Is come vegan? With consent, baby, anything can be made vegan. Fuck yes, happy for you. You guys made this possible. Ink Frog. Drink, thank you so much. Yes, exclamation point come in the chat. With consent, anything can be made vegan, chat. Always remember. Always remember. All right. More Olympic stuff, more election stuff, and also Israel-Palestine stuff, all rolled up into one here. That's right, yes. Get your notepads out, note it in the chat, you know what I'm saying? Consent. You heard it here, folks. Consent is key. Let's look at this from Al Jazeera. French election. Gaza looms over showdown between the left and right in France. Let's check it out. Speaking
Every
of
week
French
since
bread.
early October, somewhere in France, there are protests against the war in Gaza. And candidates in the parliamentary elections are being asked where they stand.
Based.
On the left, vocal criticism.
Because the issue of Israel-Palestine is not dividing the left, it is defining the left. I love that. Yo, Echoplex. Thank you so much for the raid. Let me do this so that y'all can talk. What's up? I hope you had a wonderful stream. Welcome in. I'm Tofu. If you've never been here before, we talk about the news. We talk about the news of, of the daily news cycle every day, and Monday through Friday in the middle of the late nights, and Sundays we do music content. And welcome in. Everybody should go follow Echo. Yo! Free Palestine today with the 5 bomb. Yes, let's go, dude. Thank you so much. It's very, very kind. Thank you so much, Free Palestine today. I love the username. Let's fucking go. Welcome in, everybody. Also, shouts out Echo Plex Media. Hope you guys had a good stream. What were y'all up to? Politics? Cringe. Cringe. Thank you so much, Free Palestine today. Anybody got a gifty for Free Palestine today? That's crazy. We can't let Free Palestine today go subless. That would be crazy. But welcome in. We are actually just starting our Israel-Palestine coverage for the day. Like I said, we go over all the news of the daily news cycle. This right here is our segue into Israel-Palestine updates. French election, Gaza looms over showdown between left and the right. And I was just saying about how the issue of Israel-Palestine is helping to define the left. The left. And let's check it out.
Every week since early October, somewhere in France, there are protests against the war in Gaza. And candidates in the parliamentary elections are being asked where they stand. On the left, vocal criticism of Israel has made some traditional supporters uneasy. Rima Hassan, who's just been elected France's first Palestinian French member of the European Parliament, acknowledges the challenges they face.
Je veux leur dire en toute humilité qu'aucun parti n'est parfait.
I want to tell Jewish voters with all humility that no party is perfect. We are perhaps not yet perfect on progressive issues or gender equality or the fight against discrimination or anti-Semitism. We are humans behind these political organizations. But what we promote is a society where everyone can live as who they are. It is absolutely the opposite of the far right, the only party convicted in court for inciting hatred, discrimination and racism.
But when celebrated Holocaust historian Serge Klaasfeld said he'd vote for the far right over the left alliance, it shocked the country. It exposed how troubled some Jewish voters are with the options before them in this election.
Yeah, this is Al Jazeera, so they're generally, they're good. I was gonna say, but it has nothing to do with your being Jewish. Anybody's being Jewish. It has nothing to do with the being Jewish. It is defining the progressives from, the progressives except for Palestine from the left. You know what I'm saying? Like the progressives from the left. This is what's happening here. There's you're not these are defining issues. Like if you care about reining in, colonialism and the war machine, you should care about what's happening in Palestine. If you're in France, you should care about your history in regions like Africa or whatever. You should care about these things. and you should be fighting to undo that history. Absolutely. And if support for Palestine is what stops you from caucusing with your leftist organizations or your progressive parties, man, maybe you weren't as progressive as you thought. That's all I'm saying.
Adding to the tension, 2 teenagers from a Paris suburb charged with the rape of a 12-year-old girl aggravated by anti-Semitism. This is a rally to show solidarity.
Wait, what?
Jean-Luc Mélenchon, figurehead of the far left, said he was horrified by the crime. But Marine Le Pen on the far right saw an opening to criticise what she called stigmatisation of Jews by the far left.
The extreme right seems to be a friend. And I tell you, seems to be, but it's not a friend. We are dealing between an enemy from the extreme left and a false friend from the right. So we need to focus on the center. Why? Because today when you're Jewish, you need to focus, we need to invest on the Republic. And the Republic and democracy is in the middle, it's in the center.
What does that have to do with Jewish? What does that have to do with being Jewish? None of that has anything. When you're Jewish, you worry about these things. It has nothing to do with that. You're disregarding all of the Jewish leftists that are at the forefront of the pro-Palestinian movement across the fucking planet, man. Like, it has nothing to do. Oh my God. Dude, all of the Jewish people who are fighting, even in Israel and in the West Bank, for Palestinian lives just don't exist. Like, you know, as you know, when you're Jewish, you care about these things like the Republic and like whatever the fuck. Like, bro, what? What does that have to do with being Jewish? Like, it has nothing to do with being Jewish. It's literally nothing. Oh man, so that's why we have to focus on the center. Like, this is what happens. You know, this is what no ideology. Well, I don't know, man. This is. I don't know. I guess that specifically is your brain on liberalism. Let's continue.
For a foreign event to have a significant impact on a domestic election. But Israel's war in Gaza.
Oh my God! Watch out! There's a fucking tank right there.
French society.
Watch out!
To such an extent that some people will vote based on how the political parties view the conflict. And that could have an impact on what is one of the most consequential elections there's ever been here. Bernard Smith, Al Jazeera, Paris.
Make sure
well,
to subscribe
like
to
I said, the issue of Israel-Palestine is not dividing the left. It is not dividing these parties. It is defining them. It is defining them. And it is great to see in France, you know, Palestinian woman, you know, getting a seat in parliament, and it's great because it's, like I said, it is not dividing the left, it is defining it. It is defining it. Where a lot of people are realizing on this issue since October 7th that maybe, you know, they don't care, you know, they aren't as left as they may have thought that they were. They aren't as progressive as they had once maybe thought that they were, and they maybe don't care enough from a, you know, a leftist perspective about, you know, like colonialism and imperialism and the fucking, you know, the war machine internationally. You don't care about, you know, yeah, that let's continue on. We have more to look at. Yeah, we could look at this first. How children starve. Gaza harm could last for life, from Reuters. Check it out.
This is how a child starves.
This video contains images some viewers may find distressing. Like how so? Okay. Okay, so we got like emaciated babies. Coming up, chat. Yeah, it looks like mostly that. How children starve. Gaza harm could last for life. Yes, let's check it out.
This is how a child starves. And in Gaza, that's a result of war. The damage to children who survive can be lasting, nutrition experts say. More than 1 million Gazans face the most extreme form of malnutrition, classed as catastrophe or famine. Majd Salim, aged 7 months, is one of them. He's from northern Gaza, where UNICEF says 1 in 3 children are acutely malnourished or suffering from wasting. Majd was being treated for a chest infection in the neonatal ICU at Kamal Adwan Hospital in northern Gaza. He was born on November 1st at a healthy weight of 7.7 pounds.
At 6 months old, his weight had barely changed to 8.4 pounds, says his mother, Nisreen Al-Khatib.
She was forced to flee Israeli bombardment early in the war.
I wasn't getting any nourishment to be able to breastfeed my son. Oops, I read it too slow. I wasn't getting any nourishment to be able to breastfeed my son. There was nothing in the market to buy because of the blockade. And there isn't good milk for me to feed him with. So whatever was available, I would give him. I'd give him different types of milk all the time, but the milk didn't provide him with much.
Gaza has the most households in the world at the most extreme stage of food poverty. That's according to the Integrated Food Security Phase Classification, or IPC, a global partnership which measures food insecurity. It classifies levels of hunger in 5 categories, the worst of which is famine, which the IPC says faces more than 1 million of Gaza's inhabitants. Israel's foreign ministry in late May issued a detailed statement questioning the IPC's methods of analysis, which it said omitted measures Israel had taken to improve access to food in Gaza. The IPC declined to comment. The Israeli military invaded the Strip in response to the deadly October 7th cross-border assault by Hamas on Israel. The Israeli assault has destroyed swathes of Gazan farmland. In the early days of the war, Israel imposed a total blockade on Gaza. It later allowed some humanitarian supplies to enter, but is still facing international calls to let in more. The International Criminal Court's prosecutor last month accused Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and his defense minister of starving civilians as a method of warfare.
It will cast an everlasting mark of shame on the international...
Netanyahu called that a moral outrage of historic proportions.
Oh God, I hate you.
Fighting in full compliance with international law. Kogat.
Yeah, but we're not gonna let independent third-party investigators from the UN, into Gaza or investigate any of the things that need to be investigated, of which there are many, by the way. Many situations like the WCK killings, I could go on and on and on and on. Things that we were waiting for investigations for, but I still haven't heard back about, right? Matthew Miller and shit like that has nothing to give us when asked, when bombarded with questions about it by the press pools. I'm sorry. I'm very irritated right now. Let's just continue.
Defense Ministry agency tasked with coordinating aid deliveries into Palestinian territories did not respond to a request for comment for this story. It can take months for the International Measurement System to declare a famine, but the first damage to a child's body is counted in days. A child's brain develops at its fastest rate in the first 2 years of life. If they don't starve to death or die from illness due to their weakened immune system, growth and development may be delayed, a nutrition advisor at UNICEF told Reuters. A Save the Children expert said harm to the immune system and cognitive and physical development could be long-term, as well as to their ability to absorb good nutrition. In North Gaza, the main cause of acute malnutrition is the lack of variety in the diets of children and pregnant and breastfeeding women, according to a report in February by a group of humanitarian agencies led by UNICEF. Khatib said she couldn't find good quality baby formula or clean water to mix it, so she fed Majd various types of powdered feed mixed with rainwater or brackish water from Gaza's polluted wells.
You feel sometimes that his chest is hurting him because he isn't nourished well. He has had diarrhea because of changing the type of milk. And diarrhea is a death sentence if you're in Gaza. Something that can be, very easily treated. Otherwise, if you're not haven't been under a blockade for decades, for years, can dehydrate you and kill you in days. Just something as simple as diarrhea, could literally be the end. There is no improvement at all in the child's health.
Ahmed Al-Kahlout, the nurse who heads the unit, said Majd's infection was due to malnutrition. Susceptibility to infections typically increases after 2 weeks with insufficient food.
Because of this, because of the malnourishment the child is suffering from, there's no immunity. So any disease that the child catches in the shelters where the child lives afflicts the child with these severe lung infections. Of course, when a breastfeeding mother prepares milk with this water, this toxic water that has accumulated chemicals over time, also the rockets that are hitting the Gaza Strip and Gaza City impact groundwater, and it affects children's health.
The plight of Gaza's children is part of a broader rise in extreme hunger as conflicts intensify around the world, including in South Sudan and Mali. International organizations reported that more than 36 million children under 5 were acutely malnourished around the world last year, nearly 10 million of them severely.
Like, see, this is what I'm talking about, chat. So, like, if you're, you know, if you were a progressive, right, you thought you were on the left, and then October 7th happened, and then everything following October 7th happened. If you look at things like this, and you don't recognize the connection, you know what I'm saying, between everything that's happening on the ground here and like the, you know, the military industrial complex, the history of like the you know, the global South, what, you know, imperialism and all of these things. Like, you don't understand and see how all of these things are a part of that. This is the modern day version of all of these things. Then and you don't care, you know, like if you're not able to make that connection, or you are able to make that connection and you don't care, you know, like you were never on the left. You know what I'm saying? And, you know, you should consider, and I would like for you to be on the left. It's not about like, oh, you know, we're finding out who the real leftists are. Like, I want everybody to come to their senses and you know, start caring about each other, caring about human lives. Okay, if you care about human lives, if you think you care about children suffering, you have to care about Palestine, and you have to care about what has created this situation, who has made this situation what it is, and why, and through what means. It's all being done in your name if you're American. They'll immediately go back to October 7th to justify anything the same way they go back to 9/11 to justify a war on terror. Yeah. More from Reuters. Gaza suffers near total breakdown of law and order, says UNRWA. Which to me immediately screams that Hamas is like, you know, like the which is the governing, you know, body in Gaza, is very fucking weak. It means that it's not able to govern. It's like it's lost its capacity to actually be that entity in Gaza, right? Like when this is the case, like I said, there's no policing being done. That, like, not that, like, you know, everybody knows how I feel about policing, but what I'm saying is that the entities in charge of like public safety and order are destroyed. You know what I mean? Like, even the United States has said that, like, the Israel has sufficiently you know, like has sufficiently suppressed Hamas and Gaza with the amount, you know, like with the sheer brutality of the military operations since October 7th, and that there's really no reason to continue on. You know what I'm saying? Like this concept of like eliminating Hamas in totality is like not possible, not a thing that is like quantifiable or like doable in any way. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, like my point is that, like, this tells me that they're like there has to be pressure from the international community. The United States needs to start feeling the pressure too from the international community. The rest of the international community really needs to be feeling that pressure. And, you know, obviously us within the imperial core in the United States can't let up. But this is what I'm saying is like, it's done. They need to fucking stop. There needs to be a ceasefire.
It's becoming.
UNRWA Chief Lazzarini says Gaza is suffering near total breakdown of law and order.
Extraordinarily excruciating over the last few weeks to bring aid. Far too many trucks have been looted, have not reached properly destination. The number of crossing remains far too limited, and basically we are confronted nowadays to a near total breakdown of law and order, and with truck driver being regularly threatened or assaulted, and less willing to move assistance from the border to our warehouses to the people. You might have heard about the cigarette smuggling, which is the latest type of smuggling taking place in Gaza, where we have been reported that one cigarette cost between $20 and $30. So you multiply by the number of cigarettes in one pack.
$30.
And then la cartouche, and that gives you, in fact, the value of this cigarette in Gaza.
Jesus. $30 for a cigarette, huh? All right, let's look at this. I told you we're just going to speed run through it and we're going to chill out for a bit after this. My last chat for the evening. Good night, chat. Much love. Yo, single file lines. Thanks for hanging out. Always good to have you. I hope you have a good rest of your evening. See you next time. Thanks for hanging. And I thought Oz had expensive durries. Durries? What's a durry? What's up, Yogi? I'm so popped or pooped. You pooped? Yeah. Get some rest. All right, let's look at this last piece of news here from Al Jazeera. Durry is Aussie slang for smokes. Oh, ciggies. Got it. Israel's Supreme Court rules ultra-Orthodox men must, be drafted into the military. Let's check it out.
Israel's Supreme Court has ruled that the army must draft the country's ultra-Orthodox Jews. The ruling could split Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu's coalition government. Ultra-Orthodox parties are part of Netanyahu's ruling coalition, and without them, the government will collapse, leading to new elections. The court said Israel's compulsory military service applies to the ultra-Orthodox like any other citizens. Omar Ashur is a security and military studies professor with the Doha Institute for Graduate Studies and joins us live now.
So you're saying you don't respect their religion? Seems kind of anti-Semitic of you, BB.
From London. Mr. Ashur, always good to have you on the programme. A decision that has huge ramifications for the Netanyahu government and also the potential collapse of the government.
Absolutely. So there are multiple facets.
Wait, is he not in front of that? Why do people do this? Like, see, I have a green screen, right? But behind me, like, here. Oh wait, if I do this, it'll fuck up everything. So I won't. But like, behind me is like floating the chat. It's floating. You know what I'm saying? Wow, you know, that's crazy. Or when I do this, behind me, it's my mixer. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's stuff that obviously couldn't be behind me normally if the camera was just on. You know what I'm saying? Like, people normally sit in front of bookcases, but because they actually have bookcases to sit in front of, did you just find somebody's fucking bookcase online that you liked? You're like, all right, what do they got? ISIS, how ISIS fights? Yeah, they got 2 copies of how ISIS fights? Yeah. For sure, I'm saving this one. What else we got in here? strategy. All right, man.
The Netanyahu government, you have the two ultra-Orthodox parties who have been the most escalatory with the strongest rhetoric on the war in Gaza.
Like, he is not sitting in front of that fucking bookshelf right there. There's no way. Like, he's in front of a he's got a green screen going on. But behind him is just like, I don't know, maybe it's he took a picture of his, maybe he's working abroad, like maybe he's at a hotel right now and that's actually his bookcase, and he took a picture of it so that he could put it on his laptop and then do fucking Zoom calls with Al Jazeera, you know, while he travels. Maybe. But like, why? Just use the fucking background of your fucking, you know, your fucking hotel, dude. That's weird. It makes me feel weird.
They have been not willing to pay the price of that war, so they are shielding their constituency from serving in the army. Now the court has ruled, so now their constituencies may be a bit worried and a bit unhappy, which means that this will reflect on them, and this will reflect as well on the coalition government of Mr. Netanyahu. So that's on the political side. On the military side, I think the military will be quite happy with that decision because they are suffering from a crisis of manpower.
Yeah, I've seen people do it. Like Nandre does it. Like, his background is literally just like, he'll have a green screen up, but the background is literally exactly what his actual background is. So like, it looks extremely realistic because he's in that exact environment. So the lighting is perfect, obviously, because he is literally in that environment that is represented by the background. But it's like a meme. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Some teach podcasters, some tech podcasters do it too. All right.
Soldiers,
all right.
especially if they opened another front in South Lebanon, and this actually decision will give them significant percent, because 27% of the young men eligible.
Nandre doesn't have a green screen. He really does have a drum set in his room. You're right. You're right. I'm sorry.
From this ultra-Orthodox community.
Look at these Israeli police beating up Jewish people. That's fucking. You know what? Someone might look at that and say that that's kind of anti-Semitic.
So it will boost the numbers.
That's crazy.
But also it may have some other complications, because we know that out of the 5 units that
you guys don't respect their religion?
The US found that they are violating or committing major violations, and therefore they were investigated to be sanctioned. 4 of these units have adjusted their behavior and remediated their behavior. But the only unit, the Netzach Yehuda unit, the 97th Battalion of the Kfir Brigade, that comes from that ultra-Orthodox community, it's the only one that apparently hasn't adjusted anything, and therefore may be sanctioned at a later stage.
And of course, this recent change,
mobilization of ultra-Orthodox.
Yeah, if I can just jump in there, I mean, this recent change, certainly in the recruitment age and the length of service in terms of national service, has been that other bone of contention in the public diaspora. Many of the part of the Israeli society that isn't ultra-Orthodox will be relieved to hear what the Supreme Court has said. But it's not going to be, it's going to be cold comfort, isn't it? Because at the moment, they are still obliged to be part of that reserve, and the ultra-Orthodox may well go back to court to appeal, and there's still time for their politicians to think about what they want to do.
Yes, it's not an immediate, it will not have an immediate effect, but it's for the military, it's a step in the right way. For other segments of the Israeli society who does not belong to that segment, it's also a step in the right way. For Netanyahu's government, it's a big problem. It can end up in a collapse of that coalition. And for those politicians who like Mr. Ben-Gvir and Mr. Smotrich, who have been escalating to levels that will frankly can place them into a rhetoric supporting war crimes or inciting war crimes, they will have to think twice about that, because then the hypocrisy here is very clear. When you escalate to that level, but you're not willing to take the costs, and you're going to go to the court again to appeal against the mobilization of your own constituency while keeping that political rhetoric, then the hypocrisy here is very clear.
Okay, we'll see what.
So it will have some serious political ramification domestically on the Israeli society as a whole.
Indeed, I think that's going to
mean,
itself and revolve.
Dude, Bibi Netanyahu making fucking stupid political decisions, being forced into a corner by his right-wing fucking freaks in his camp. You know what I'm saying? Like he's stuck between his right-wing ass fucking homies, right? The Itamar Ben-Gavirs, the Smotriches, and whatever, the Likud. And he's sandwiched between them and the fact that if he leaves office, he could probably like end up going to jail or some shit. You know what I mean? Like, cause he's like under investigation for corruption or whatever. That's not even like mentioning, the ICC, it's shit like that. So like why we're already talking about Hezbollah. We're already talking about Lebanon. We're talking about the war expanding in other fronts. He needs that war. He needs this war. He's really stuck right now. He's really in a weird, tight spot politically, it seems like. And you know what? Get fucked. I hope he stumbles. I hope he makes mistakes. In
the coming hours, I'm sure. For the moment, thanks very much, Omar Shaw, there for us. Thank you.
Make sure to subscribe to our channel to get the latest.
Make sure to subscribe. Lick and subscribe. Make sure to lick and subscribe. That's his bookshelf. Listen, it just looks weird because it might be your real bookshelf. I believe you, but it's like, why did you green screen it? I have questions. I think he knows he's fucked, so his plan is to now go pedal to the metal until he's unseated. Yeah, well, he's facing pressure on multiple fronts, like physical, like war, fronts. Well, yeah, and but also like politically, he's facing a lot of pressure from a lot of different angles, and he's what happens when you like back an animal into a corner, you know what I'm saying, or like like a dog into a corner. It starts lashing out and biting and stuff like that. I think it said he is in Doha, but he's normally in London. I don't know. I really don't care. I just thought it was funny. No. Let's see. I think I had too much Dr. Pepper and now I'm itching. You're itching? What? I don't understand. What's up, Reading Rap? What does it make you itch? It's making you itchy? Say what? It could be an allergic reaction, but it's probably just the post-energy drink itch symbolizing a dialectical tension. But you had this loaded, didn't you? You had this loaded and ready to go between proletarian yearning for collective energy and the alienating effects of capitalist production processes, where the proletariat's collective effort is reduced to a mere sensation of itchiness, reminding us of Marx's critique of alienation and the struggle for genuine human fulfillment. Right. Bitch. Do as I say. Oh. There you go. There you go. We added another one. I think we have a few read and rap, read and rap classics in there somewhere. Read and rap commands. Yeah, there's one. There's one. All right, chat. Listen. Listen. That food is about to pull up soon, and I'm thinking about it, and it's starting to make me so excited, and like it's making me feel tired too, which is crazy because it's only 2:05 a.m. Like, who am I? Who am I? Did I just like stumble into like a healthy? I say this now, and I'm totally gonna stay up till fucking 8 a.m. Did I just stumble across a healthy fucking sleep schedule? Like, probably not. Probably not. I'm like tired right now, and once I eat, I probably get more tired. But like, knowing me, I'll end up scrolling or something, and then out of nowhere, it'll be out of nowhere. The light will be creeping through my windows. You know, Summer does that to you. That's true. That is true. That's true. It's true. That makes sense. That makes sense. But chat, it's been a banger fucking stream. A super banger stream. I had so much fun today. The podcast was awesome. I think we had a really good conversation. I hope you enjoyed it. I'm sure Brett will put it up on YouTube soon for those that missed it. What's up, Sil? It was cool. So yeah, if you missed it, you know, watch it once it comes out on YouTube, hopefully soon. And once it does, hopefully soon, you should share it to your favorite streamers. Maybe they'll watch it and enjoy it or something. I don't know. But yeah, I thought it was good. The rest of the stream was good. Very chill day today. Thanks for all of your good vibes, chat. Much appreciation. Thanks for all the support. Thanks for all the, the donos, the gifties. Speaking of gifties, we're at 16 out of 25 for the daily sub goal. Didn't quite hit the sub goal. I mean, all good. Thank you so much for the support, but maybe, I'm just pointing it out there. But let's see. Let's go raid our favorite uwu leftist TikTok creator. And let's spam a bunch of emotes. Let's spam these emotes. And on top of that, let's spam a bunch of good vibes. Have a good night of sleep. Yo, thanks for hanging out, chat. Thanks for hanging out, everyone. Spam these emotes. All right. Okay, spam some good vibes. Good night, Nori, Drank Dank, Undead. Thank you so much. I will enjoy it. And thanks to the donators for getting that for me. Good night, Chet, Triple Z, Frantic, Forlorn, Sticky Monkey, Yogi, Rad Little Razzie, Anarchist Tech Support, Forlorn, Read and Rap, fucking Sil, fucking Louie, fucking everybody. Thanks for hanging out with me. Hope to see you guys again tomorrow for more news, more politics, more comfy reacts. I might be a little bit late tomorrow because I have something IRL to do. Yeah. Bye, everyone. See you later. Much love. Drink some water. Stay hydrated. Take care of yourself. Take your meds. Be kind to yourself. Don't be mean to yourself, okay? Don't be mean to others. Be kind to others also. Don't be a dick. Don't be a pussy also, though. However, don't be a pussy-ass bitch. Okay? All right? Okay? Bye, everyone. Much love. See you guys. Night, midnight dime. Good night, everyone. Spam these emotes.